Try this again. Let me try this again. Okay, good morning. I want to review. Yeah, it should be on. Yeah, it's green. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Don't make me go kindergarten on everybody. Make you clap. Okay, good morning, board members. I want to review the format for today's workshop and thank our staff members for their presentations and participation. Our first topic is legislative session review. Presenters will rotate and will have 2 minutes to present their information, and we will go through the entire PowerPoint, and then the board members will have opportunity for questions and answers. Board members' comments will be limited to 5 minutes, and then you could get back in the queue if you need to. And Mr. Porter will assist with timekeeping. At 11:30, we'll take a break. At noon, we'll begin the second workshop on topics with the topics on policies. We will go through board members and staff requests, new policies and policy revisions. Again, board members will have 5 minutes, and you'll be able to get back in the queue. And Mr. Porter will be, again, our timekeeper. We have much to cover today and want to ensure everyone has the opportunity for clarification and input. Thank you for your cooperation with these guidelines. And now I'll turn it over to Superintendent Ayers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and you pretty much summed it all up. But so this first, just to kind of break up this first session here from 10 to 11:30 is really around the legislative session review. So we have about 18 slides which we're going to cover just everything that was passed in this last legislative session. I just asked, as Madam Vice Chair just stated, we'll kind of get through these 18 slides, lots of information, but we'll have adequate time after we get through to answer any questions you have regarding any of the really important information that we want to all make sure that that we're up to date with. Staff has spent and Ms. Davis a tremendous amount of time getting prepared for this workshop. So a lot of valuable information today, and look forward to the discussion. But let's try to get through these first 18 slides first, and then any questions we can certainly spend some time to do so. So without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Kristen Davis, Assistant Sup for Government Relations.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent. Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity. And we're going to go ahead and get right in for the sake of time. So we're going to start with your, your third slide, Senate Bill 112, Children with Developmental Disabilities. We have both here Mike Levine and Kim Loy. So I'm going to toss it over to you. You press the green button to speak. And if you could just give a highlight, talk about it, and how the biggest important piece is how it impacts Hillsborough. So I think that's what our board would like to hear.
All right, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight Senate Bill 112, which expands services and funding opportunities for children with autism disorder and other developmental disabilities. The bill aims to improve early intervention, school readiness, educational opportunities, and workforce training for students with autism. Some bullet points related to the bill is it establishes the University of Florida Center for Autism and Neurodevelopment. And the center really has the most responsibilities within this bill. They'll be asked to administer grants to fund specialized programs for students with autism. They'll develop strategies that promote awareness and acceptance of ASD, including the signs of autism, the importance of early screening, and establishing a toll-free autism parent line. They'll develop an ASD micro-credential for ASD that will be stackable with the already ASD endorsement that's available. They'll develop strategies to increase the workforce qualified to provide services for children and adults with ASD in public and private settings. And then administer grants for charter schools for students with ASD. Specific additional credits or credentials will be added to the professional certification, and those will be determined by the state.
So good morning, and a portion of this Senate Bill 112 is called the Extended Early Steps Option. And what this is it's a way to create positive outcomes for learning and development for infants, toddlers, young children, and it's going to allow families with children with developmental disabilities or other disabilities to continue in early steps until the age of 4, and then transition to Part B, which is school district services, in the school year after they turn 4. So as many of you know, Early Steps is the Florida's early intervention system that provides interventions to eligible infants and toddlers from birth to 36 months who may have significant developmental delays, disabilities, at-risk conditions, that kind of thing. So if a family chooses the extended early steps option, then transition planning would begin about 90 days before the child's 4th birthday instead of 3rd birthday. We would still have to transition the child initially and develop an IEP, but then they could choose to defer and stay in early steps for an extra year. So the team would still develop and review the child's IEP, determine special education and related services, and what that may look like for delivery services. It can just be delayed by a year. And the bill was passed, but the DOE and Early Steps is going to take this next year to develop the implementation plan. So for us, it really doesn't start until July 2026, but it's in effect now. They're just developing the procedures and protocols and implementation plan. So we're kind of planning for it. We don't really expect any big policy impact on what we do. It may change the composition or the flow of kids to pre-K ESE programs, but that will sort of be coming as the bill progresses. So.
Okay. Well, thank you.
That's it.
We're going to run through the PowerPoint. So I'm going to go back with permission of the team. I know that I skipped over the session highlights there. I just wanted to, I think the biggest thing that is a takeaway from this session from 2025 is that the 60-day legislative session was actually 105 days, as you all know. It was a very unique session with the budget, and the I would also say it was different. We saw a lot of things being worked. I mean, we all know, behind the scenes, and even politically with, with our governor and our legislature. And but I think we came out okay. We have the BSA and the per pupil up here, which will be discussed later. So in terms of policy, I think we came out okay. But in terms of budget, I know Jamie and the team will talk about that later. So I won't dive into the numbers too much, if that's okay. And if you wanted anything else to add on to it, I just wanted to make sure we, a few statistics just to get us going. All right. Okay, and then House Bill 809. We're going to go ahead and with Craig Horseman and Myrna Hogue to talk about House Bill 809, school social workers. Yes, definitely. Okay.
Thank you. So this is, right, for school social workers, so this basically removes, I'm sorry, requirements for the general knowledge exam, which had actually already been removed, and they could have gotten a restricted certification, but it also removes the subject area exam, which also didn't actually exist, but in place, they had to do the professional educator test. So that's the big piece, is that school social workers will not have to take the professional educator test, and they can get certified based on their MSW, and being, working in a district for at least a year. And then also we have them go through a similar teacher induction program. So it will have an impact, because we've actually had to terminate school social workers because they were not able to pass the test. And also retention of individuals taking the test more than once, it's costly. So now, they won't resign because they haven't passed the test. So I'm definitely looking forward to retention. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything, Craig? No?
Nothing else to add.
Okay. And I think it's just important to mention with, Tracy and Myrna, the team was very proactive on this and actually worked with your state lobbyist, Ms. McDougall, to actually get this language, to write it and into a bill and get it across the finish line. So thank you, Myrna and the team. It was, yeah. So,
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
It's a win.
Yeah. Yes. So next year, maybe we'll go after school psychologists. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. House Bill 1105, which I can't really see, but I hope it's up there. All right. We have Marcos Murillo, Gary Brady, and Christy Rayburn to talk about House Bill 1105, the provision around the certificate of completion. So Marcos or Gary, do you want to kick it off? Thank you.
Okay, good morning.
So House Bill 1105, first of all, it eliminates the certificate of completion. So previously, our seniors were categorized as graduates, non-graduates, or certificates of completion. So the certificate of completion has been removed. So now students will be either graduate or non-graduate. And also understand that certificates of completions used to be able to walk during the ceremony. So that will be one adjustment that the communication will be really important with that. Christy can talk a little bit about how that's already being communicated with,
Yeah, absolutely. So we had all of the high school principals.
And their administrative teams. We met with them yesterday at the ISC. We went over this new legislation with them. We've committed to providing them with a parent letter. We're working with communications on that as well. We've also reached out to communications about putting information on our website so that parents really are kind of over communicating. So we make sure that everyone is aware of new legislation because you're going to have families who in the past maybe a sibling was able to walk with a COC, and so it's going to be a little confusing for our families. We've also asked our principals as they welcome their students in the first 2 weeks of school and they do their grade level conversations to make sure that they're messaging that as well. And we're also working with student services, so our school counselors are on the same page with us.
Just to add, we've been working for the last 2 years as cross-divisional with the team actually monitoring the individual students to actually decrease the number of what was called certificate of completion and make sure that we graduate more students with their standard diploma. We can share a little bit more of that further.
Also, part of 1105 is that the state will create a letter that must be distributed to the students by January 1st, 2026. So we have not received that letter yet. Once we do, that will be distributed to students as well. It also has a provision about IEPs. We met with Shelley Sadola Hayes about that, if you wanted to talk about that.
Yes, so first we asked the question, do we actually have IEPs that have a goal of a COC? And she was not able to give us a definitive answer, but she said she's almost certain that there are no IEP goals with a COC without verifying, one by one, but her team is on it, so.
Yeah, that's never anyone's goal, certainly not in an IEP.
Yeah.
The goal is graduation. So it's not part of that. However, if it were, we would, make sure that that's communicated to student services as well and to ESE. Another part of the update is it requires that the policy be updated as well for COCs to be stricken. That will be coming up in the second half later. But it will also be entered into the student progression plan. Any mention of COC will be stricken, and that will be taken to the board on September 30th.
And you'll see it in your red line edits.
And just to give the impact for the board, so we have over 15,000 graduates this past May. How many currently how many certificates of completions are we anticipating for this year? Just to give the board of how many students this is, because I know you guys have done an incredible job over the last number of years of reducing that number. Now they'll just be non-graduates, but just for the impact of how many certificates of completion.
So right now we're monitoring and we've been working together. We met actually last week to actually follow up on this. We're depending on the school input right now after the last CLT, and they took the CLT last week again, but based on the June 16th CLT, we were looking around 170-ish.
Yep.
That's traditional high schools only. That doesn't include charters, but that number can fluctuate depending on how we continue to work in the CLT and the fast retakes and all the information. Chris, if you have anything to add.
That's spot on. We're eagerly anticipating these July CLT results.
And I want to publicly just, you and your team, our high school principals, teachers, staff members, you guys have really attacked that, our graduation rate. I know we're expecting really one of the best numbers we've ever had, but to you all and all of your hard work. So I just wanted the board to hear that number, you're talking about 150 to 170 potentials if this were to be for this year of 150 to 170 that would not be able to, that actually walked across the stage, but next year would be not permitted to walk because they haven't graduated. So that's just to give you an idea on that number of how many that is. And that number in the past, I will tell you, used to be 300-400, and many years ago 600. So this team has done an incredible job, and thank you for your work. Thank you.
So HB 1255.
Yeah, we're going to move on to slide 6.
Let's go.
House Bill 1255, education, and Gary,
Right,
roll
so
into that.
That gives school districts the option of offering the Classic Learning Test CLT 10. You may be aware of the CLT. This is just another version of that, the CLT 10, as an alternative for the PSAT or the pre-ACT. That's not something that we're looking at doing right now because the PSAT is the National Merit Scholarship test, So we want all students to have that opportunity. However, it could be an option for some of our students, and Christy can talk a little bit about that, yeah.
Yeah, so we're actually looking to maybe pilot at some of our schools the possibility of our 10th grade students immediately after they take PM3. If they do not pass, then what could we do in terms of getting them a CLT 10 test? It is cheaper than CLT, so again, we're just looking at the possibility of piloting that to see if we can get some of our students to meet those graduation benchmark assessments earlier on.
But all students will still take the PSAT. We've been doing that for years, and that, again, is the National Merit Qualifying Test. Also, the required financial literacy course is expanded to include instruction on the cost of post-secondary education, including the cost of attendance, completion of FAFSA, scholarships and grants, and student loans. This is also, Jefferson's ought to be a law, so those students did an awesome job presenting that, and now it's coming to fruition. I will say, show you sort of a document here. This is the financial literacy curriculum. It's Unit 5 where it's embedded. If anybody wants to see it, I can certainly show it to you. But I've highlighted the parts where Chapter 6 is the cost of college post-secondary education, and it includes scholarships, grants, Bright Futures, student loans, FAFSA. So it's all embedded in the curriculum. And also the 2 CTE courses, which are called Personal Finance and Personal Financial Literacy. I spoke with Mr. Jargo and Mr. Murillo, and it's embedded in there as well. Yep.
Very good.
All right, we're
Thank
good.
you, guys.
And I think that is just another important reminder of the importance of this ought to be a law program and getting our kids involved. Another example of getting across, the finish line, and that it's in, the standards, what our students propose. It's just awesome.
For Mr. Murillo, they've done a great job. They're up 10% on FAFSA participation from last year, so they're doing an incredible job, yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, House Bill 443, education. We're going to talk about the charter school provision. The next 2 slides will be covered by Angela Weary-Crooks. Come on up. And I'll move it over. There we go. All right, so you'll start on 443, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to highlight some of the legislative changes with House Bill 443.
Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity to help to highlight some of the legislative changes with House Bill 443. So these are things that apply to the charter schools. So one of the things that has changed is that we cannot oppose administrative deadlines that are earlier than our sponsors' corresponding deadlines. So we've already notified all of the grants and other programs that we work with to let them know about this change. Charter schools can now adopt their own code of conduct. Well, they've always been able to adopt their own code of conduct, but now it's in it's really more formalized in legislation. It does have to align with their mission, and also there has to be acknowledgement by parents. So we'll be working with the charter schools to make sure that that's all lined up and in line. And then sponsors we have to give access to our student information system. And we already do this, and I talked with IT about this, and so that's not a change there. And then it also authorizes high-performing charter schools, which we have 15, to increase their student enrollment and expand their grade levels. They can submit now quarterly financial statements. They used to only have to submit them monthly. They can also consolidate charters. They can receive a 15-year contract renewal, and they can also assume the charter of an existing charter school within the same school district. So those are some changes there. So we'll just need to monitor that, and those would all go through that amendment process. So if that happens, then we would work with them to work with those changes through the amendment process.
Perfect. All right, 1105.
Yeah. Then we
Thank you.
have some changes with 1105.
Yep.
This is where school districts are required to share their surtax revenues, so like the half-cent sales tax, the millage with charter schools, based on student enrollment. We already do this. And so one of the changes, though, is that on the next bullet point is by July 1st of every year, we have to give an estimate to the charter schools about how much they would be given, which we've already worked with our finance department, and we've given that information to the charter schools. The other 2 bullet points are next 2 kind of go together. They're about conversion. Charter schools really pertain to our municipalities. So now they can have a parent vote to convert a school in a municipality to a charter school. They can also, the city can create a job engine charter that may apply to convert to an existing charter school engine as well. And then in these situations, they would need to negotiate the lease and rental fees with the school district. and they would have to go through the application process as well. And then sponsors monitor charter schools using their own using the state monitoring tool now. Right now, we use our own monitoring tool, so that's going to be a change. So we're waiting for the monitoring tool to come out from the state to be able to apply this to our charter schools. But until then, we're using our standard monitoring tool.
Okay, all right, those were good updates, thank you. So if you want to hang tight up there, because we're going to go to 2510, and Mr. Farkas is going to join you. This was one of our 2510 pre-K through 12 is actually it's a policy bill, but it's tied to the budget, so it's around implementing policy and changing statute related to budgetary items. So that's just all right, want to jump in?
Yeah, 2510 speaks specifically to Schools of Hope taking over and co-locating with us. We've had lots of conversations at the dais and one-on-ones about what that looks like. This is Schools of Hope, so it's a little bit limited, the number that we have in that part of it too, and what that affects, but it is definitely something that would affect us if Schools of Hope decided they wanted to open in Tampa and in Hillsborough County. I think the concern would be if it expands to all charter schools going forward, but either way, we've talked about it as a group, making sure that our schools are full and we've got people that are in each one of our schools. So this would have could have a small impact, but it definitely is the foot in the water to have a much larger impact if it continues down this path.
Okay, we're good, all right. Thank you all. All right, and Shay's going to talk about another provision in 2510, excuse me, relating to persistently low-performing schools. Thanks, Shay.
Good morning, Board. So I want to talk about the expansion of a metrics and persistently low-performing schools. Right now, the state has been monitoring schools that has had a D or an F the last 3 of 5 years. Pre-COVID, we had 38 schools that were on the persistently low-performing list, and at the end of this past school year, we were down to just 4, which means that we're creating sustainable, viable schools of a C or a better in our lowest performing schools. That's been happening across the state, and so now the state is going to hone in on a new metric. The new metric is going to be focused on elementary schools, and they are looking at third grade schools that are in the bottom 10% in third grade reading, and they're going to be looking at schools that are in the bottom 10% in fourth grade math. Any school identified in the last 2 of 3 years in the bottom 10% of reading or bottom 10% of fourth grade math will now be added to the persistently low performing schools list. So we will go from 4 schools on the persistently low performing list to 38 schools, back to 38 on that list. Once the state has released the official list, this was our preliminary data looking at the schools that would be identified. Once the the state releases the official list, we will send that out to board members, and we will talk about our plan to work with third grade proficiency and fourth grade math proficiency.
All right, thanks, Shay. All right, John Newman is up next. He's going to cover the next 2 bills. We grouped these together. It is related back to 1105. That was essentially one of our train bills. But John's going to talk about the new statute related to trespassing on a school bus.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on these items. 1105 is actually a Hillsborough County generated bill that was actually passed through the legislation. It came at the result of a rise of disturbances on our school buses. By the time law enforcement showed up, the perpetrators or the suspects couldn't be arrested because it was a misdemeanor, wasn't witnessed in their presence, which is considered a warrantless search. So working with Laura Hill, our transportation director, we came up with some language that gives law enforcement some tools to be able to make on-scene probable cause arrests, even though it's still a misdemeanor. We're hoping that reduces the number of disturbances that we're having where unauthorized people are entering the buses at bus stops, giving our bus drivers a hard time, starting fights with some of our students. So it was a remedy to be able to help our public transportation folks out.
Anything, Chris? You good? Yeah. And I think, again, just another example, something that Laura Hill and John Newman brought forward back, it was, gosh, a year ago.
Yep.
And we started working on this with state agencies, with our legislators, and got this language, working with committee staff into a bill. It bounced through a few different bills, but again, made it across the finish line. So thank you. And you want to go school safety?
Sure.
14
School
seconds.
safety, this is the 7th year in a row where the legislation has made some modifications or created mandates and laws as a result of school safety. This one here, there's a lot to this bill, but the 3 points that really impact the district first is that It identifies the normal operation of a school day. If you remember correctly from last year, that was a open concept where they were looking for safety protocols that would exist whenever somebody was on our campus, which is a bit unreasonable considering some of our campuses are open 18, 19 hours out of the day.
You think of high schools and the way that works with practices and things after campuses, it's completely unrealistic to have it closed down
Right.
during, from after the bell end of the day to the evening.
So the definition of a school day for safety protocols to be mandated, even though we do have some very good best practices for before and after our school days, will be 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after. The second item was a little bit of cleaning up. It identified exclusionary zones in your schools. Those are defensible spaces. Prior to that, a parking lot had to be either staffed or manned or locked, and with all due respect to our vehicles, our resources are really defining in that defensible space is where the instructional space is, where the true campus is. So that alleviated some protocols that we had to worry about with regard to securing parts of our campuses where we really didn't want to expend any resources. And the last one is something that really helped all of us out. If you're in a vocational school or if you have a vocational classroom, sometimes those bay windows have to be open, or if you have environmental concerns in the wood shop or the metal shop or the auto shop, they really go against the grain of a traditional instructional space and environment, and this legislation recognized that, so it allows us to exempt those locations as long as we have a pre-existing security feature. So really what the previous or the legislation session did is clean up and clarify some of those protocols that they put in place last year.
And I think it's an example, you talked a little bit about it, Kristen, is that both of these bills, both 1105 and 1470, are direct impacts by John Newman,
Yep.
Chief Newman, and making sure we have
Yes.
functional impact as to what's happening. We want to keep our kids safe, but we also have to run schools. So how does that work to have that conjunction? So keeping our kids safe on the bus, once we get there, that part of it too. So Chief Newman, thank you so much, and Kristen Davis and her team for advocating for that. I'm glad we got it through.
All right, awesome, thank you. All right, and Scott Brooks will come up for House Bill 681, our apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship program funding bill. Thanks, Scott.
No problem, thank you. The good news is with this one, a lot of times when the state comes up with apprenticeship or they come up with something new, you're always worried about what changes, but the reality with this one is they really are following what we've been doing for a long time. So what this bill does is basically say that our apprenticeship committees that work with us must have a standard contract. There must be a contract that everyone has. You guys know every year we bring a board item. All of our contracts are identical. They're the exact same ones. Our attorneys always go through them. What we found out is across the state, different technical colleges would have different agreements depending on what, whether it was the ironworkers or the IBEW or whatever. And so the state really felt like that was unfair, and they wanted everyone to have the same contract. So that's what we've done. We've shared our contract with them. So hopefully the contract that will go out statewide that everyone will now be forced to use, I guess the word, hopefully looks a lot like what we've done in the past. The other piece to this is they've want to come up with a fair funding for all the apprenticeships. And across the state, there's a lot of variance about the funding and how they're funded and all like this. We've always been very transparent. All of our stuff is public record. Our contracts are out, so everyone sees it and is aware of it. And so the state is working behind the scenes right now, going through and looking and making sure that there will be a fair and equitable split so that the committees get their fair share. There are some committees that partner with districts and get no money. They get nothing. The district keeps every bit of the money. And so I think that's what has led to this. But we've met, last week I met with all of our LEAs, all of our different groups that we partner with to let them know kind of what was happening and where we were, and we were in good standings. And the Department of Education was there also with us together. So that's the highlight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we'll move into the budget with Jamie Lewis. We've got a couple slides with 3 on the FEFP, and then we'll also talk about FRS. All right.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. We will summarize some of the things that have changed from the budget standpoint. In this slide, these 3 slides represent a comparison of the third calc to the conference report, or really the first calc. It's important to note that we're still waiting on the 4th calculation from the state of Florida. No update as of today, but we do know that they are working on it. Over the weekend, as we notified you recently, the 2nd calc was released, and we're still working through all the details of that, but that was released by the statutory deadline. So, in summary, We'll go through each of these, and I want to highlight some of the significant changes. From the third calc to the conference report, we noticed that the BSA had a slight increase of $41.62. We saw our DJJ supplemental allocation decrease slightly, but roughly the same amount. Education enrichment allocation did increase by $181,665. The ESE guaranteed allocation, I want to note that there was a significant increase there of $4,064,714. Mental health and safe schools both took a decrease, and so we're monitoring that and what the impact of that is. Student transportation allocation did increase by $686,000, and the millage compression was adjusted, and it's going to result in a $1.6 million increase. So
And if I could just add on that one, I just want to be on that .748 millage compression. That was something that our district utilized. All districts can impose that .748. All 67 school districts do. The compression factor, that is additional monies that we receive in Hillsborough County to push us up to the state average, because our property tax values don't reach the state average. So we receive that compression that helps us get to that state average. It's all part of that equalization factor. Just wanted to point that out, because that's something that we in this school district, many think back in 2010, compression was added because the school district that were property poor, student rich. So I just wanted to add to that. So it's good to see at least a little increase in that compression that we'll receive.
And just as a note, that percentage, that .748, does remain consistent, and so it does take that into account every year. So we can count on that. Onto the second slide. The Federal Connected Student Supplement increased by roughly $7,000. We do want to note the academic acceleration option that was previously included in the BSA, and so that is no longer, and it resulted in an allocation of around $51 million. It's important to note that as we consider the BSA and the slight change that it had, we do want to note that this was removed. So obviously if this was included in the BSA, we would have saw a slightly larger increase than what we did. So it's important to know, and as you go back through history, it's also important to know that that changes all the time, and so it's hard to compare year to year for the BSA. Class size reduction allocation was a slight decrease of $3.4 million. The state funding discretionary supplement did increase $12 million, and so that's a positive for our district. Required local effort was increased by $18 million. Discretionary local effort was increased by $6 million. And then the Family Empowerment Scholarship, we do see a change there where the third calc showed $197 million budget for that, and then the original conference report for this year is $188 million, and we're monitoring what the change is for the second calculation. Overall, it's important to note that in the third calculation, we see that this is the slight change of about $45 million from the third calculation to the second calc, or to the conference report, and we're monitoring the change from the third calc to the second calculation. Again, we want to note that the fourth calculation has not been received, and so we do not have the complete story for last year.
Touch on FRS.
A positive thing for our people is the change we have for our retirement system, and so we just want to notate a couple of highlights, and this has been already implemented. The FRS employee contribution rates for 24-25, we see that slight increases happened to the regular class. The board member class took a slight decrease, and then senior management also took a slight decrease. This is going to be an estimated $5 million cost to our district, and it does not require a policy update.
Great. Thank you. So save the date. We have the 2026 legislative session dates out. In all seriousness, we do have on your calendars one-on-one scheduled with you and our state lobbyist and myself to start planning our 2026 platform. So I'll be following up more on that. But these are just as an FYI coming up. I know that was quick, just to thank you and questions, but we wanted to cover some key bills and ensure we got to each of them today. And we have a great team available here for questions, so I'll turn it over.
And I just want to thank you, Kristen, through this entire process and getting this together. Very clean, and appreciate staff. We got an incredible staff that is able to, as the session moves through, our staff's on top of it under your leadership as well, and helping us get through this session. So board member staff is here. We moved through all those big updates. Any questions you have? I saw you writing a bunch of stuff down, so we're here to take any questions and clarify any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, board members, this is a Q&A time or any kind of comments. If each board member would stick to only 5 minutes, because we actually will only have right now an extra 8 minutes after that. So you will, do you know what I mean? So if everyone does 5 minutes, and that's 30 minutes, we don't have that much time. So I'm going to time you, and I'm going to please just kind of monitor your time so that way everyone has 5 minutes, okay? And we'll begin with Member Gray.
All right. Ditto. Superintendent Van Ayers, you must be very proud of your staff. I mean, I am just so impressed. And Ms. Davis, what a comprehensive job. I feel very secure with all your explanations, but just a few questions. On the House Bill 1105 education, the charter schools, Angela, so when we talk about the city, Mayor Jane for right now, can create a job engine charter and may apply to convert an existing school, and this is to Farkas too, to a job engine charter to negotiate rental or leasing fees. Have we interfaced with Mayor Castor yet? It says the city.
No, nobody's approached us about this yet.
And this was, I will just jump in if it's okay with you. This was something that was in last session. It was in a bill, and it didn't make it through the finish line. But it was essentially language from a singular issue in the Panhandle and brought forward. And so,
It's just a minute.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but we wanted to make sure that the board is aware of what's out there. But again, sometimes things are written for singular issues.
I got it. All right.
Yeah.
And page 9, Senate Bill 2510, and this goes to Farkas, amend statute to allow a school of hope to co-locate. I mean, this is a coming up situation where I know we're working on it, but where are we at with this wonderful combination almost coming to our school sites?
So the focus will be, and that's part of the workshop, and I know we have another retreat that we're talking about, but that's one of our focuses, making sure that schools that are filled with where we need to be, or they're closed down where we don't need them to be. But to answer your question, it is definitely something that my team's kept their eyes on and is very important to us, because it could have a huge impact on what we're doing, because it's not just if a school is half full, we're going to take a wing. It could be multiple charter schools that have 1 or 2 classrooms in each one of those 2, and as opposed to the engine charter that wasn't applicable to us, there's no rental on that part too. We're covered, and we're covering the total cost of what that would look like. So you think just logistics of running a school, Ms. Gray, of dismissal, arrival, things like that, and having different schools, different administration, kids that are responsible for it, and that too. I think from a logistical standpoint, that's going to be a huge challenge if they take up on that. Again, it's just schools of hope right now, so I don't want to be Chicken Little, but I do want to make sure that we're aware that a lot of that bill was initially introduced as all charter schools, and then it came down to School of Hope, so we're watching it. That being said, I think that it's important to recognize that we have schools that are at 50 and 60% capacity, so there's 100% of schools across this district that are eligible that would fit into this criteria.
Thanks, Mr. Farkas, and yes, Superintendent Van Ayers, we're going to have to face this as a board, closing some schools, combining, and I guess we'll cover that.
Yes, ma'am.
During that growth management. Thank you, Mr. Farkas. Page 10, Senate Bill 2510. Oh, when we talk about, and this goes to actually Shay, what are you looking at? Oh, additional low-performing schools. Ms. McCray, good morning, Ms. McCray. Loving that outfit. When we, I'm going to put my eyeglasses and my sunglasses on. But at any rate, when we look at up to 38 schools, so the question is, we're going to have to get these students up.
Yes.
Have we identified instructional units to make that occur, additional units?
So, yes, so the good news is that we have already been working towards proficiency, right? And so over the last couple of years, we've been closing the gap with accelerating learning, and we've been focused on growth, but now we're really focused on Tier 1 core instruction with proficiency. So we're already in the works with Tracy Bergman's team, making sure that we are on track for proficiency in both 3rd and 4th grade. Yes.
Okay, so, yeah.
And I would just add to that, I mean, proficiency has always been the target and the focus for all of our schools. So this list that we'll monitor doesn't change our approach to having all of our students proficient. I would add, some of the numbers we got back around grade 3 through 5, we had a 3% increase where the state was only 2. So if we continue on that trend, increasing more than the state as we did this past year, that number from 38 will decrease significantly. So we had a good jump this past year.
An inclusionary tidbit is 26,000 ELL students, or possibly, is that in the?
So, yep, so remember last year, we introduced and made sure that there was a focus on our ESSA subgroups. And so that is something that we started really focusing on last year in the schools, monitoring all of our subgroups. And so that would also be a layer that we are focused on as well. So proficiency, as well as our ESSA subgroups.
Okay, so
Yep.
we have them as a group, but that's a big group.
Member Gray, you have just about one more comment.
Okay,
and then we'll
thanks.
have to
Yeah, I ran a half marathon, and I'm always on the clock, no matter what. Okay, so, and I didn't go as fast as I wanted to, but I had to stop for fuel. All right, page 13. Has this been updated yet? This is the apprenticeship.
Scott Brooks to come up. I think.
Scott.
Yeah.
681, apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship program funding. Has this been updated? Oh, yes. Scott, have we updated the policy yet?
At this point, I don't think there's a policy upgrade. I think it's we're waiting for the Department of Ed to determine what the funding must be. So they're going to roll out some must be. I mean, our guys, we already have a contract. We already pay them. We've got a set amount. We always have. But what they're going to do is have a statewide minimum that everyone must be paid, and a statewide contract that everyone must have.
So then Ms. Davis will update the policy. Okay, well, I'm out of time, and I'm going to go ahead and behave and say, I'm done.
Okay, and
Okay.
you'll probably have to save any more comments for the next session after lunch. We'll see.
Got it.
Member Hahn? I'm going to stick to it.
Thank you, Member Combs. So I'm going to speak to 1105 and then 2510.
Thank you.
If I have time. So 1105 are the certificates of completion. And, this was really disappointing for me, because often at the level, at the state level, or even at the district level, certificates of completion are talked about as a dead end for students. And I think that really demonstrates a lack of understanding of the full scope of a decision like this. And that's no disrespect to the legislature. They haven't been a 30-plus year educator like many of us on this board. This did not create a silver bullet where all of a sudden these 150 or so kids are now going to get regular diplomas and cross the stage. What it really has done is now, my guess, is it's going to increase our dropout rates and really put a lot of stress on the school to prison pipeline. These students try their best. There's a lot of confounding variables, poverty probably being the biggest one, that puts barriers up to them getting a diploma, and that's not because we're not trying our very best. We don't, as a district, have a lot of control over some of these barriers, and we're doing the best we can. They struggle with taking high-stakes testing, and now they're going to leave this district with nothing for their effort, with nothing. And without this certificate of completion, students are going to be faced with limited options when they leave. For some students, they still feel engaged and motivated enough because the district will keep them engaged to go on for a GED. They will lose options for technical training. They will lose options even at some, community colleges that have special programs set up for students with certificates of completion. Now, all of a sudden, I'm sure those opportunities in those colleges are going to go away now, too, because there will be no students in the state of Florida that can matriculate into those programs. When students realize they won't be allowed to graduate, regardless of their efforts, they become discouraged, they become marginalized, and they're more likely to drop out. Because now they don't have a meaningful exit credential, and school seems pointless. So why am I going to stick around? So I would like us, number one, to task our staff with tracking the dropout rates moving forward, especially by demographic, because we know that, we're probably dealing with a lot of our low-income minority students with the certificates of completion, just from the data that's been shared from the school board at meetings. And now we move into, this issue for school to prison pipeline, where students who drop out are more likely to be unemployed, struggle financially, and become involved in the criminal justice system. and they're going to become marginalized even further in society. And so now I also want to put that data point on your radar, and I want a report back on that, maybe, at the end of the year, whatever those data points are collected on, where are we at with our school to prison pipeline data, because I want to know how this new bill, this law, is really impacting our students, okay? What should have been done at the state level is they should have realized that these certificates are a stepping stone, not a dead end. They should have invested money in creating multiple pathways to graduation. They should have expanded the workforce certificates, and they should have given districts more money to expand transition planning. So instead of finding the silver bullet, they have now stripped these vulnerable students of any hope for a future. And I think it's just one of the worst bills that I've seen in the last couple of years. And I think at the district level, the steps I laid out, we need to now take these steps. We need to find resources to invest in multiple pathways to graduation. I know we do these things, but now we are going to have to put more money into this instead of the state using a punitive law that only hurts students instead of taking money and investing it in these students. So those are my comments. I'm just, it's very, very sad. And I'm not asking, I just want it, I want that on the record because I really want the legislature to understand. Some of you should have reached out to board members and built an understanding around the implications of this decision. So I want to look at 2510, the pre-K through grade 12, and the persistently low-performing schools. Which schools fall into this, under this new law? Yeah, that's my last question. And they probably won't be able to answer right now, but hi, Shay. I was just curious with this new law, which of our schools fall under this? Like, which are going to fall under this new law?
All right, so we have done a preliminary list. The state has not given us an official list, all right? So the list is not out yet. It is the bottom 10% for third grade across the state. Right. We've identified 16 schools in elementary of our 140 that would be third grade ELA only. Some of them are current Transformation Network schools. Some are going to be our traditional schools. Okay. We've identified 4 schools that were grade 4 only, and then 14 that are both. I can send you our preliminary list.
Yeah, when
but
you get that tightened up,
this is not the, do you want to wait for the official state list? Yes. Okay, and we'll send it to you so you can see the 38 schools that this would apply to.
Okay,
yes.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And then we can move from there and talk about a plan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. Next is Member Perez.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to be speaking to the 1105 as well, the certificates of completion. So, when we stand on that stage and greet those students coming across, there was a lot of our students who have, difficulties and disabilities and different, special disabilities, who received those certificates of completion as well. And I'm bothered that we don't have or didn't put in place another space for them. What is it that we're doing to strive for inclusivity for those students, or an equitable space for them to come across that stage like everyone else, if we don't have those certificates of completion, to Member Hahn's point? And is it this putting the cart before the horse?
The first thing we do as a team, part of the team is ESE comes in and they look at every individual student, even the students that deserve a waiver in every situation that we have when it comes to ESE and even ELL students, where they are by individual school, by individual student as well. We start that process from the moment August begins. Like, we're going to start that in the next meeting around looking at the individual students where they are and what they need to do to actually get their diploma and meet all the requirements.
And the good thing about this is that it, the ESE waiver and the ELL waiver, ELL less than 2-year waiver are still available. So certificate of completion is essentially the test score is what's missing. So the students, the ESE and ELL students who satisfy the other requirements for graduation, the credits and the GPA, still have the waiver option if that's the missing component to test.
And we meet with each of our high schools quarterly and go through one by one their at-risk students. And we include ESE and ELL on those, we call them grad cohort conversations. So they're all at the table when we have those conversations with the school administration.
So what you're saying to me, and what I'm hearing, and maybe the other board members, is that these students will receive a diploma? If they don't? That's right, yeah. So that's the problem. So now that they don't receive a certificate of completion, they receive nothing. And if they don't pass their exams, they'll receive nothing. Am I correct?
Students who don't meet the testing requirements
So that's a problem.
will be categorized as a non-graduate.
Correct. When in the past, they could have at least
Would
received
have
their
been a
certificate.
non-graduate, a graduate, or a certificate of completion.
Okay, that's a problem. Okay, and my next one is, when I'm looking at this mental health allocations, what are we going to do? Because just recently, there was a research study that came out finding that the impact of smartphones on the mental health of children under the age of 13, it was conducted in 160 countries with a participation of 2 million participants. And it found that the mental health, especially including suicidal thoughts, increased. So we're seeing an increase in mental health issues, not a decrease. So how are we working with this decrease in mental health allocations, in safe school allocations? What are we going to be doing for that?
So I can speak specifically to the mental health assistance allocation, and I think it's a little over $140 million. I think $140,000, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Fortunately, that won't impact us at this point. We are still able to deliver the same services and support that we're currently delivering. So we're very fortunate in that that specific loss won't have a negative impact on us right now.
Okay. Could you provide myself and my fellow board members some information on how many students accessed our mental health services, their families, and for the last, I'm going to say maybe 3 years, to show the impact of how Hillsborough County Schools are supporting our families and their students in their mental health services, please?
Yes, ma'am. We will absolutely get that for you. We do collect that information regularly, and so I can get that for you probably. Right now, Christine's out, but she's the person that manages that data, but I will get it to you right away.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yes,
that. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Member Combs. First, let me say thank you to our staff, many of our board members that have been advocating with our legislators over the past session. Jefferson High School and several other high schools that participated in Ought to Be a Law. They clearly were amazing when they presented within committee and really presented their bill and really talked directly about how these directly impact them. And I think that's critically important to understand that these are laws that directly affect students, and they recognize that, and they're part of the conversation. So I think that's huge. Those bills that we had direct impact back on as a district were, House Bill 809, 1105, 1255, 1470, again, 681. All these bills that we're talking about right here, Hillsborough County had a direct impact on, and advocacy, from board member advocacy to Kristen working directly with our lobbyists to staff working directly with House and Senate members and the House and Senate staff on the language of these bills. So those direct impacts that are things that we've been working on, I think that's a true testament to this district. I also want to comment on the certificate completion, and I want to add to Dr. Hahn's comments. I'd like to see a procedure if we know a student is not going to get a diploma, then what are we doing? I would like to have an actual conversation with their parents and the student and make sure we specifically in writing in their course file of telling them what's next for them, what are options for them, because we have a moral obligation to make sure we give students absolutely the best opportunities. Whether it's just a piece of paper or not, it was something that we acknowledged that for 13 years they were acknowledging, and most of these 150 students completed the required coursework for graduation. Do we have an idea of the numbers that were only based on test scores for the state?
That is them. So the certificate of completion, you guys jump in, means
Well,
that they've
clarify.
done everything else except either the reading or math benchmark have not passed, but everything else is complete. That's what makes them a certificate of completion.
And of that 157, how many have just not passed the math?
It can just be
It's typically the
math-
reading, but yeah.
It's typically the reading. The math is practically, like last year, we didn't have any on math. It was mainly the reading portion.
Okay, so I want to make sure the public understands that these individuals that are no longer even going to be acknowledged for completing, getting the grades, passing the courses, passing every single graduation requirement through our district for 13 years will not be able to have anything for that thing. And it is only a state mandated test, predominantly the reading section.
Yes.
Right? Where we know that they're passing classes and it's a certain way. And so I think that's something that we as a district are going to be promoting to working on, making sure we can get past that final benchmark, but need to make sure that we as a district have a moral obligation to make sure we provide the what next for students, whether that's adult technical schools or how they can get their GED. What does this mean? Not just buy.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And we need to put that in writing.
We can add to it, and I appreciate the input so we can continue to learn over this challenge that we have. But we have the workforce program advisors in each of our high schools starting this year, and we're doing the proactive documentation with our students, starting with our seniors all the way with our juniors. We're going to be even more proactive earlier in the year to understand where they are, have clear communication with our school counselors, and make sure that we have those conversations and offerings around adult education, around where they are. We also have the graduation advancement program that we utilize through adult education, and we're also tagging Hillsborough Virtual School to go in there and try to get the students' courses completed. We have a multi-divisional effort, but we still need to learn, and any feedback that can be provided, we will take everything into detail and consistency to make sure that the communication is a lot earlier. That was part of our meeting, to make sure that there's full understanding from the students and the parents that there's no expectation with what Ms. Rayburn brought, that you might have siblings that have a certificate of completion and that you can't receive one. It's our job to communicate in an earlier stage, and we have another layer with the advisors to get that done.
Well, I want to make sure it's very well aware to this public that not only are we talking about some of our minority families, but in 58% of my schools, one of the biggest subgroups that is not meeting the criteria is our individual disabilities. And in the state of Florida, we do not have an exception to the 1% policy. So an individual can actually be determined with an intellectual disability and still be required to get a standardized diploma here in the state of Florida. And so there are many facets of this that are so discriminating against many of our students that we have to be proactive in this district to provide every possible option support and continue to advocate within Tallahassee to make sure that we're doing everything we can for all students. And so individual disabilities is a large portion of this population that we are not being able to provide them with the right resources to what they need to be in completion of that. So thank you very Ms. Davis, is there any, we don't know any bills for the next year, but who are the two sponsors of this bill from the House and the Senate side?
For 1255 was Trabulsi, Representative Trabulsi, and 1105 going over to Maleka. I can pull up her information and send that to you all, Rep. Maleka.
Okay, thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you, Member Combs. Y'all can stay up here. Don't move, don't. First of all, I want to thank you all for working hard because a lot of community people wanted to know about the certificate of completion. I think one of the problems that we have, the critics got us because what they said, those kids walking across the stage and they don't have no diploma. Yeah, that's right. They're not learning. They're not but they don't understand. They didn't understand the importance that the kids do have a chance to accomplish things in life. Because I know a couple of kids in my area, they were happy to walk across the stage. They just didn't pass the reading and math. I mean, they didn't do it. They didn't make a high enough score. But you got to have something to hold on to keep them in school. I'd like to know how many students before the certificate completion came in, how many students dropped out? I bet we had quite a few students to drop out because you had nothing to hold on to. You got to have something to hold on to walk across the stage. Those kids were proud walking across the stage. And I was proud to shake their hands because at least they had a certificate of completion. Now they won't have nothing and they won't walk across the stage at all. So what incentive are you giving a kid to not walk across the stage? And I think it went up. The critics got us. They won that one, but we'll win one. We'll get it back. Thank you for doing a great job because Marcus and them have been going out in the community talking about the certificate of completion in Gary, and y'all have, and I've got positive feedback because a great deal of my kids is in the underserved would be hurt or be harmed by this in District 5 because the people didn't understand or they don't understand the importance of certificate of completion. Now, the next one I want to say, Chief Newman, you can say you don't have to exercise. You can say where you are. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that transportation. And thank you guys again. And Superintendent, also kudos to you because you're the man in charge. Thank you. Because we have had more problems with that school bus, people coming on school buses, fighting the bus driver, cussing out the bus driver, coming on the bus to fight students, parents. I had a situation not too long ago, and they still calling me, and I'm not an area superintendent anymore. Some parents had a fight at the bus stop, got on the bus, had a fight with some kids on the bus, and they got hurt. The kids got hurt. And this is great. You know what? We need to lock them up. They got to understand they can't do what they want to do. This is a school system. This is a system that operates with perfection, not with nonsense. So I appreciate you, Chief, because you always have done a great job with the security and safety of the teachers and personnel. Thank you. Madam Combs.
Thank you, Member Washington. I want to start out positive. I think there are some great things. First of all, thank you to all the cabinet and everybody and Kristen Davis and everyone for working so hard. And board members, I know, have worked very, very hard in legislation, especially Member Rendon. I know you're up there all the time. So on a positive note, I think there was some great legislation as far as with students with special needs. I think the social worker, school safety, and also CLT test. I think that's very positive. And it's interesting because the points that I was concerned about, my fellow board members spoke about this. I think it's very disappointing to see that this law of the certificate of completion actually came from someone who's local and also someone who was a school board member. I can tell you right now, when I go to the schools, I'm thinking of, Lato High School, and when I see Larissa McCoy working on every single child, like every single principal, trying to get that child to get that complete certification. I mean, working until the day before graduation, testing students, spending extra money. Everyone is working so hard to get those students across the line. It is so disappointing. When I think about the students that are impacted, just like Member Hahn said, it's going to be the students who either, are come from poverty or have difficulty with testing. And we know, and 150 children, guess what? If that's your child, it means a lot. What is going to motivate a child to go to school every day if they have no hope? Those kids walking across the stage, a lot of that is confidence. Someone says who you are is who you become. So not having that choice, I think, is just very disappointing. I know this district is working so hard for each of those children. Every time I talk to an administrator, they tell me what they're doing. I look at Christy Rayburn. She's like, we have these many students. We're testing them these 3 more times. Everyone is trying. If you're going to create a law like that, then have a backup. Say, you know what? You don't have to pass that reading benchmark, or make it a realistic benchmark. So I hope that next session we see our legislators, especially the author who brought this, to really think about what comes afterwards. And when I see in the news people discussing how proud they are of that legislation, those are the students that you represented. Those are the students that are the most marginalized in your district. So that is nothing to be proud of. I think it's a very, very disappointment for our students. I think our legislatures know enough. When they see what's happening, I think this is going to be changed. And I look forward to whoever, a Republican or a Democrat, to come up and create a different pathway for students, that no matter what, that they're able to graduate. And if they have that certificate of completion, then let's do away with that testing. If a child has done everything that they needed to do, they completed their GPA, they completed their requirements, they've done everything, but they're not able to test well on a reading benchmark, then we have to do something. And we are doing everything we can. We're investing a lot of money in making sure literacy is our priority in this district, and we need to make sure that every child has a chance. Secondly, the Schools of Hope. I wanted to mention that it's incredible to me that a School of Hope, where you don't have to be a certified teacher, okay? Our School of Hope here in Hillsborough County was a D school, and this year they became a C. Is that hope for a child? We're sending him to a school that doesn't have a certified teacher, and the scores are showing that aren't very great? I mean, how is that hope for a child? I just don't understand that. I just keep wondering. I knew of an amazing teacher who lost her job at one of our high schools because they could not pass a test. And they were an amazing teacher, but now they can go to a School of Hope and be completely certified. I just don't understand that, and I think it's really important for our community to understand a School of Hope should be a school that has strong certification. Maybe everyone should have a master's degree, and maybe making sure that's an A school that's proven before they come in and take over schools. So I think if someone's going to come in and co-locate, let's make sure that they're a really, really great program for our students. And lastly, because I have a few more minutes, I think the base student allocation is just deplorable. $41.62, I can't even go out to eat for that. And every single contract has gone up by 20% or more. To think that that's occurring is so disappointing. And I say this often. We spend like $30,000 incarcerating, and we spend $9,000 educating. Why don't we start focusing on investing in early learning, investing in our students, so that way, by the time they get into 3rd grade, they are competent, they're doing well, and then we don't have to deal with any of these issues. So let's put more money in education and less money in incarceration. Thank you. Okay, and Member Gray, we do have 23 minutes, so if you could have, everyone could have 3 minutes if they need to. Oh, yes,
Yeah, I just
Member.
wanted to, Ms. Vaughn is participating, but she has nothing, no comments or questions at this time, but she wanted me to say that on the record. So she is online and participating.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to go back into the queue because we have a few more minutes. Member Gray?
Yes, board members, you've made such great points with the CC. I remember Valdez did begin that for the very reason for giving the students, especially the ELL, the language challenge students, a way to graduate, so to speak. But my question is, before Member Hahn mentioned this, what I really wanted to hear, and what I didn't hear, is what are you doing? You know, you take away something, or I'm going to take away this jacket, she's going cold, but what am I going to do in place? So you know about it. It's not a popular situation. And Shake has his marginalized district, and Combs has the ELL district. I mean, these are groups, such as what Shay said, that are in the ESE. These are groups that are very, very much on the edge of where are they going to do if they don't get something. You know, they can give up at a heartbeat, and their parents. So what have you done so these comments are not coming to the point of, what the heck's going on? We're going to go to the Florida Legislative. So I want to hear from you guys.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Ms. Gray, giving this and them the opportunity because they've done tremendous work. Just because the state is removing a certificate of completion, which removes the potential to walk across the stage, this team has still already got a plan in place on what they're going to do to still monitor that. So thank you for that. And
I want to
go
hear.
ahead.
I want to hear about it. What?
And I just want to jump in real quick, just to acknowledge that the team here has been following, I mean, this was a standalone bill, and then it moved into some different train bills, and all along the way, the team was monitoring it, and we were communicating regularly, and as soon as we saw that it was going to be signed into law, the team actually cross-divisional started meeting. So they've been meeting since at least April or May, maybe before.
We actually started in the summer of 2 years ago.
Well,
we started the work. And let me just tell you a little bit of background.
Okay, so, Mr. Porter, we're now hearing what is going to be done, or what is going to be planned to be done, because every board member had a remark on it. So it's up to you now. It's your turn. What have you been doing?
2 years ago, we started an example. We had a number around 300 some COCs in the summer. So what do? As soon as we know COCs are coming, we provide the list to Adult Education and Michelle Luongo around. They start contacting the individual students and parents around. You can come to Adult Education. We can still get you standard diploma. That number was reduced from that final COC number in that summer was reduced by 50 students because of the communication from the Adult Education program. That was 2 years ago. What we have done is implemented more work based on what we have learned around the work. We have our student advocate and liaison, Ross Anderson. We actually tier the school by how many students, the priorities, and the individualized work. Ross Anderson speaks to the individual students and contacts the individual parents around their need, and he pushes clear communication with Christy Rayburn around the amount of tests that we have. We have the partnership with the Skills Center around bringing the kids on Saturdays and testing them as well. So we are doing a lot of more proactive work around that piece. Now we're incorporating the workforce program advisors. We're incorporating the need of more proactive work that we have done, but a lot earlier in the year, incorporating more students.
Yeah, and so we have the option of the CLT, the ACT, the SAT. There's not one of those tests that's available to us that we don't offer to the students. You didn't have non-college reportable scores either. Now we have a non-college reportable, which is essentially extended time, not for students with disability, extended time for any student. We have pretty good success on that as well. So those did not exist. We've really been pushing those standardized testing companies to make those options available to us. 2 options this summer. So the disconnect often comes right after graduation, where they've graduated, all the hoopla is over, and now I'm still sitting here with a certificate of completion. What's next? So they had 2 options this summer, and then we also working with Chalk Talk on adding the CLT to that as well. Chalk Talk is one of our tutoring companies.
So, that's the curriculum that we use for our juniors and seniors in their intensive reading course. And so our district worked exclusively with the vendor to provide instruction on specific CLT testing skills. So they do SAT and ACT prep already within the curriculum. Now we've added CLT for this school year. But in anticipation of this legislation, we also added our rising juniors to our summer CLT administration in hopes that we could get them that concordance score prior to the law taking effect. So we're trying to do everything that we can within the bounds of what we have to work with, but we're also looking at being creative and thinking outside the box. We utilized our GAP program to get our students the credits that they needed so that they would be able to focus on things like test-taking skills and not worry about I'm behind in credits as well. So we're working diligently, but it's like the target moves.
If I may add, the work of the principal, the administration, the teachers, academic services, and in that proactive work, every year, like we're starting to look now in August at the amount of seniors, that number decreases every year, and the focus will be more on the juniors because of the work that was done since 2023 around being proactive in targeting the students that need. So the focus on the seniors, it'll be more individualized, and the work with the more of the small groups will be with the juniors that in the past it was the opposite. So we're doing more individualized work with the seniors because that numbers has been reduced, and we can't wait to start the year and see the amount of seniors that we need to focus on compared to the previous 2 years.
And so the emblematic type, I'm sorry.
No, we're really trying to focus on where the students are doing well. I mean, if the new concordance scores are going to be in 30 days from now, they were on the July 18th, they were approved. So now an SAT concordance score for reading is up to 490. So that's almost unthinkable, where it was 430 just several years ago, then it moved to 480. But our students are having more success on CLT, even though that's going from 36 to 39. But so we're putting a lot of our emphasis on preparation for the CLT, obviously still providing them the ACT, still providing the SAT, and as they both mentioned, going lower, going to juniors first, trying to test as many juniors as possible, because every board member brought up a great point. This is a very specific rule here. These students have met the other requirements. This is not someone who has 3 credits and a 1.0 GPA. That's not who's walking across the stage. We're talking about your credits have been met. You've gone through and you've done what you were supposed to do, short of, and it could be, at this point, it could be a 470 on the SAT. Everything but a 470. I mean,
Yeah.
think about it. That's discouraging.
Yeah. And I mean, just the emblematic title of Certificate of Completion. So now we have to communicate, and I know you're working on it, but, you know, you got to just, everyone's now, you know, going into probably panic mode. In various stages.
And I'm glad you mentioned, I mean, because, and Mr. Brady mentioned it, I mean, the concordance score for SAT, everything's moving. So the 150 number now, the 480 goes to 490 for next year, and the CLT goes from 36 to 39.
The math
So
goes from 11 to 14.
you can anticipate that number that we're all talking about, that number of certificate of completions, being that number has gotten more difficult to reach. You would expect to be more students that would be in that criteria of a certificate of completion. That's what the team is trying to prevent.
I will
But
say
that goalpost has moved.
Our kids and our students and our teachers have consistently risen to that challenge.
Yeah.
This concordance score has increased many, many times, and it's remarkable how well they've adjusted. And so I have faith that we'll continue to meet that goal. It is what it is in terms of the number. And we'll keep preparing to get them to 490 next time.
Well, and you're turning the problem or the dissidence into a solution and a positive effect. Students will rise.
They will.
According to your expectations or our expectations.
Okay.
So
And
anyway,
thank you, Member Gray. We have a few more people. Thank you. And I think you should just sit here because it seems like this is very important. Our board is really student-focused, student-centered, and you can see that our board is very student-centered and cares about each and every individual. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Member Member Combs. We talked about Ross Anderson and the work that he does and tremendous work that he does, but he's not in every school, and he's one person. So are we looking at expanding that opportunity? Because what he does with our students, and again, he takes it to the next level. He engages them in the priority of an education. He engages them in understanding without an education, there are the limited options. And so that is such a priority that we have within our district. And he has elevated so many. And again, they have chosen to stay in because it's not like they all of a sudden were like this close and got there. He got them from distance, quite a few distance. So what are we doing to duplicate the Ross Andersons?
Great question. So like I said earlier, we're learning every year and the need, right? And when we keep improving, the maintenance piece and the improvement is more challenging. When the numbers are lower, how are we going to have even smaller numbers? So we are in the process in which Ross Anderson will be part of the interview process and hiring another DRT at this moment that will be working hand in hand with him around the work that he does. He's going to emulate, he's going to model, he's going to coach. There's going to be a committee to be part of that, but he's going to be the catalyst around. He's the only one that does the work in the district. And we have to acknowledge the great work, but like you said, Member Rendon, he's the only one that's doing it. And we have to do more prioritizing, more tiering of schools, more. If we have an extension of him, instead of he can take the higher tier, let's put it that way, and someone else can go to other schools and just expand and stretch the efforts around. We can capture more individualized students and more direct communication with parents.
Correct.
So, and the biggest piece that we're also doing is how do you knock on the door and say, why are you not in school when we had a conversation yesterday? And that's, with that piece, that type of detail is humongous around the work on how to get a few of our students graduated. And he does that. That's why he's a catalyst around who's going to be the DRT working side, because he's the only one that does the job. But it has been improved in which it's well needed, again, to maintain the great work that our teachers, staff, administration do and how it's reflected on their hard work. That's our job to support that.
Thank you. We talked about Chalk Talk really quickly, and then we've got a couple other tutoring programs that we're working with our students on. Have one been more successful than others? Are we seeing an increase utilizing those? Do we need to relook at what those are? Where are you seeing from a data point of those improvements?
So this will be the first year that Chalk Talk's utilized for CLT test prep, so we're excited to see what those diagnostics look like when they come back. But as far as SAT and ACT prep, we've been most successful utilizing Chalk Talk with our seniors and juniors because we require them to take that course. When we utilize things like Khan Academy, it's not a requirement, so it's hard to really measure those against each other. But we can look to see if there's some consistency within school sites who do utilize those other programs, how their success rate is on
Yeah,
SAT.
Khan's
or
going to
ACT.
focus a lot more on ACT, SAT than it's going to be on
Yeah.
CLT. The
Okay,
other
Member
thing
Rendon,
is,
you have just one more minute.
okay, thank you. Just one more question. We recognize students that are not passing the benchmarks in 10th grade, right? So at that point in time, do we have a procedure in place as a district that we automatically set an educational plan or something in place with that student and the parents, and it's signed by both?
Yeah, go ahead.
So as far as like a paper that they sign, no, we do not have that. Our next step is when the student does not pass PM3 as a junior, they are put in intensive reading 3, that IR3 course. And so then that's their prep for either the FAST, which is the first retake, then SAT, ACT, CLT. So it kind of goes in that testing order as we're prepping them within the course.
Students are able to opt out. We highly recommend against that. So they're put into a reading class. As soon as they pass, you have a high number of students who were level 2s that will pass the first retake of the FAST, and then at the winter break, they'll taken out of that class and moved into. So they do know that that's a possibility as well, but we would automatically move them into a reading class for support.
Superintendent, I do believe that, I think this would fall in line with the way in which our state is moving in educating our parents and informing our parents and bringing our parents in early. After that 10th grade test, I think we should make it part of our procedures and our policy so that we are educating our parents on the choices they're making with their student on their educational pathway. Not that we're making that choice, but that the families are making that choice. And so the earlier we get those parents engaged, I think is better. And I think that's been a message that's come down from the state. And so I think we need to make an effort to get them engaged early on.
That's something we work on, because I know all of our juniors, our counselors work through credit checks with all of our juniors and kind of getting them ready as they look to their seniors. That could be something that we could, for sure, try to
But
put
when
in place.
we've got someone that doesn't meet that requirement, that
Yeah.
could be a potential certificate issue, I think you've got to bring those parents in. I mean, that falls right in line with what
Like
we're
that
telling
idea.
parents, that they're a priority. Let's make them involved in the process.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Hahn?
Thank you. I appreciate the time you put in ahead of this meeting and ahead of this bill becoming, a law, into reimagining how we're going to now support our students in this space. I just need some clarifying points. So before the law, we were focused on senior year, but now we're looking earlier at their junior year. Is there, and maybe I missed this, but is there even a point before junior year where you're now like, okay, this was their score, now we're going to get them the reading courses? It still seems like really late. In your opinion, is there a point, like an inflection point within high school before junior year, that you could start to identify these kids
Well, the
and
level,
push them in those reading courses?
they'll be, the level 1 students would be in intensive reading
Right.
in 9th grade, and
In
so
ninth
they'll be 9th and 10th grade as well. So it'd just be, the students who do pass with a level 3 or above in 10th grade are now taken out, they would get an extra elective. So
Okay.
everyone has it prior to that.
Okay.
And then they would be able to, we would keep the level 1s and 2s in 11th and 12th grade in a reading class.
Okay, and then say it again, are you use the PSAT, is that what you're using in junior year? No.
Go,
What are you
yeah.
using in junior
So
year?
the-
What
Oh, for-
test?
The main assessment is the PM test, the FAST test. However, the concordant test, PSAT is a new concordant test for reading.
Right.
But then they have SAT, ACT, but as
But
far
is
as the
that
initial,
that's only in junior year, the PSAT, or is it also sophomore year? they
9th,
take it?
10th, and 11th grade take
Okay,
PSAT.
they do take it in all three, okay. So again, it's funny, around this conversation, it goes back to what's really holding these students back is literacy. right?
Mhm.
Their
Yep.
their
Literacy.
ability to read. I know in the last few meetings, we've approved some supports for high school. You know, and obviously, a lot of my efforts have been in the early childhood arena, but, you know, it's clear with this new law and really openly talking about what is holding these students back. It is their ability to read. And so I think, you know, part of this new plan of how we're going to support these children has to be a very strong focus on literacy in the middle and high school years as well, and making sure no child is leaving this district, whether with a diploma or not, and the inability, you know, they have to have the ability to read, period. So just gives me more work to do, doesn't it?
No, and as we discussed, many of those predictors are there, obviously, by
Yes.
third grade.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. And it's, you know, that's been for decades, we've known that, and we've been trying to, you know, with dropout prevention programs in the fourth grade, and, you know, we've put a lot of, you know, resources into this space so students and children do not get to this point. But again, there are so many confounding variables in their lives and in our community that we can't control for. So, you know, it's hard to move that needle and fast enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And I also wanted to just, you know, and we all know that we really start at middle school, because I know that just my neighbor the other day was saying she was concerned that maybe her daughter's FPM3 wasn't high enough and that she would have intensive reading. So we really start when people say we're not doing what we need to do to get kids cross the line, it starts in middle school. Those middle school students, a lot of them are losing their electives because they're taking an intensive reading. So we're identifying students really from preschool, and we're giving them the support all the way through elementary when we're pulling out students and we're doing different groups. And then in middle school, the students are doing intensive reading in 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. So it's not happening at 11th grade. We're identifying students that could get the certificate of completion. It's happening from the very beginning of when they start school. So I think our district does a great job at that. We continue to do that. I know some parents don't want their child to have that intensive reading because they want them to have that extra, you know, that extra class or anything like that. So the district has done a great job. I just think that hopefully the legislature listens to us and really modifies this bill and make sure they either take that testing part out or they do something to make sure that students aren't dropping out, because at the end of the day, every single child counts in this district, and we want to make sure that we give them the support that they need from the state level all the way down. Member Perez, and then after that, we will start the next part of our workshop.
Thank you. Yes, so you were talking about a portfolio. What the students who are not able to pass the reading and the math, do they present a portfolio?
ELL has the option of a portfolio.
Okay. Why is it that the other students, like the students with disabilities or other students, are not presented with the same courtesy?
The students with disabilities can receive a waiver for the test, and the ELL less than 2 years or less can do the portfolio pathway.
Okay, but what about the students who also were going towards the direction of a certificate of completion? Why aren't they presented with that option?
If they're not ELL less than 2 years or student with disability, that's not an option that the state offers. So it would be either the FAST or a concordant thereof.
But can we look at something like that for those students?
Certainly, an alternative pathway would be.
Yes. I'm making notes of some things that you've all brought up, all for the platform. So perfect. So this would be perfect for the legislative platform for 2026.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I was just thinking about something as I was sitting here. And I'm going to give myself as an example. When I went to USF, I took my entrance exam 3 times. The first time, the score was not high enough. Second time, and I'm paying for this out of pocket for these exams, it was 1 point higher. The third time, it was 1 point lower. I was provided with a provisional entrance. When I graduated, I was top in my class. and I defended my thesis in front of doctoral students. So it's not about a test, if I could say that, because some people test wonderfully. Some of us don't at all. And so, we might be exiting out students that might be our next Einsteins in this world because they cannot pass a test. And so to provide them a pathway to be able to be secure in their future in high school is what we're supposed to be doing here in their educational system. Not saying to them, you can't pass a test, so therefore you cannot pass in life. And so for me, providing them a pathway to be able to walk across that stage and seeing them smile and know that they're on their way to the rest of their life is what we're supposed to be doing here, is preparing them for life. And so with that, we're going to move on. And thank you so much for your presentation today. We're going to go on and into workshop policies. And we're going to work until lunch comes. Mr. Porter, would you like to?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and board members. Lunch is about 15 minutes.
This is
Wait. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll jump into the policies, and when the food gets here, we can take a break, and then we can finish these up. But we're ahead of schedule, so this is all great. We'll go through. Ms. Davis, do you want to sort of outline where we are with everything, and then we can jump right in?
Yes, so behind the tab W02 School Board Policies, you will see behind the cover page, obviously, the chart with the policies, board requested policies and staff policies. So we're just going to walk through them in this order today, but we can, of course, make any adjustments as needed. So we'll just go ahead and start at the top,
Sure.
if that's
Yeah.
okay.
The first policy is a revision policy to policy 0160 brought by Chair Vaughn, and this is concerning meetings. Board members, state law requires that the school board hold at least one regular meeting per month. Your current policy provides that you'll hold 2 regular meetings at least 9 months out of the year. Ms. Vaughn, in consultation with the Chief of Staff and the Superintendent and other cabinet members, felt that that's not always practical given different schedules and holidays and summer breaks. So the proposed revision is to you have to have 1 meeting per month, period, and 2 regular meetings per month at least 6 months out of the year instead of 9 months out of the year. So that will give more flexibility if for instance, if we have a hurricane, or if summer break a lot of people are traveling, or during the holiday season. It's just found that the 9 months wasn't always practical and it was sort of a stretch. And the superintendent and the chief of staff also felt that the business of the district could be done within those confines that we just described. So that's the proposed policy revision. It doesn't mean that you only have 6 per year, but that's all you're required to have 2 meetings a month. That's 6 months out of the year. And that's the policy. So for policies, there's no voting today on policies. This is just the workshop to get any feedback. And if there's any thoughts on that or any feedback, we should do it each by policy and then go from there. Yes.
Okay, board members, does anybody would like to comment on this? Member Hahn?
I guess I'm surprised that we're decreasing the number of months but keeping 2 regular meetings per month. Because I'm thinking of May, for example, with graduations. This year, didn't we just have 1 meeting in May?
1 in May.
Right.
1 in May.
So we broke our policy.
No, let me explain how the policy works. So
Okay.
again, state law requires you have to have at least 1 meeting per month.
Yes.
This policy was put in place, I believe, in 2021. And it specifically said we had to have 2 meetings a month for 9 months
At
out of
least
the
9
year.
months, yeah.
Okay.
Just the history of that.
So it says 2, I don't have a problem with, but I'm saying it still says 2 regular meetings per month. So in that, within 6 months,
At least 6 months out of the year.
at least 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
So the other months, we could just have 1 meeting.
Correct. Like
Thank
in
you.
May, probably you'd have one.
Okay.
In December, you probably
Okay.
have one.
Okay.
In July, you might have one, or June, when people
At
are
least 6
traveling.
months out of the year.
It just gives more flexibility to everyone. And
Okay.
if we have to have another meeting,
That's
yeah,
fine.
okay.
That's fine. Just, that's not very clear.
Okay, well, we can.
The wording.
The wording
Okay,
is
I'll
not
we can look at the
clear,
wording
because it
on that.
sounds like we're having 2 meetings per month for 6 months.
Got it.
So
Okay.
it seems like we're only doing 6 months of meetings and 2 during those 6 months.
We'll look at the language and clarify it.
This is all Florida statute.
Yeah.
We added that.
Okay,
we can look at
okay,
that.
great.
Okay.
So we just want to clarify the language, but we know the intent, so that we'll go on to the
Yeah.
next policy, right? Okay, so,
Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to policy 3139.02, violation of local, state, and/or federal laws, and we'll have Charm Patton, Dr. Patton, and Kelly King coming up to join us. And do you want Ms. Gray to go ahead and jump in and discuss it?
You want me to go ahead and start it?
Whatever you would like.
Oh, okay.
They can.
Okay, chairs and sub-chairs, and co-chairs. I'm going to go ahead and start. Okay. Permission granted. Hey, Kelly. Hi, Dr. Charman. So what happened was we had a Florida statute added, and we had this incident at Spoto, and there's been other incidents. So in red, 11 and 12, 20, 21, 22, it was added. So would you like to embellish the rationale of the Florida statute and this particular edit for the policy?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. This is to update the existing policy. Is it on?
No, it was on.
This is to update the existing policy to reflect House Bill 1374, required instructional staff to self-report within 48 hours of any arrest charges involving a felony offense or misdemeanor listed in 435.04, Section 2, and temporary removal of the instructional personnel from the classroom within 24 hours after the notification of this arrest. This really, the language around here talks about it's for board compliance, basically, Member Gray, as you brought forward, and also to highlight the practice. And then I've got Ms. King here to talk about our procedures as we have something like that occur, what the steps are.
Yes, so this is actually a practice that we have in place. So if an instructional staff member was arrested for a felony, there are some additional misdemeanor charges that are covered under this statute as well that would now require us to remove them as well from the classroom.
yeah. Board members, does anybody want to comment? Okay, Member Hahn, and then Member Rendon?
So basically, you're just updating this to align with state law, correct?
That's correct.
Right, so your department's in charge of updating this to align with state law.
Yes, the language, just updating the language,
Okay,
that's
thank you.
correct.
Member Rendon?
Thank you very much. I had 2 questions. One is, there are 2 separate policies, one for administration and one for instructional staff. Why are we not just creating a policy for all Hillsborough County district staff? Well, no, but we can, this is the law, but we can add to it as a district. It doesn't, the law doesn't eliminate our option of making any staff, because right now you've eliminated a lot of staff that don't work as instructional staff or administrative staff.
So currently, the practice is if any employee is arrested for a felony, regardless of their job description or their position that they're in, they are removed from the workplace as well. So that practice already exists.
But it's not policy. And so we should have a policy that mandates any district staff, no matter what their title is, self-report within 48 hours.
Correct. So all staff members are required to self-report based off of board policy. This existing policy for 3139.02 specifically talks about the requirements of instructional personnel. Because that is in state statute, there was an existing policy, and we were just updating that. But the practice of self-reporting exists currently.
In what policy?
I would have to pull that for you, and I can get that for you.
Okay, so I'm going back to my original question. Why isn't there just one policy that demonstrates? Because you can list the several laws, and we don't have to have 4 policies for custodial, lunchroom. We can have a policy that clearly states that any employee of Hillsborough County Public Schools must self-report within 48 hours.
And the history, if you look at our policies, is that they are broken up by 1,000s for administrators. And I hear what you're saying. It's just it's in there.
We understand. If there's no objection to the substance between now and the public hearing, we'll look at that. We'll work to see whether they can be combined. And there might be a reason why
It's
they
the same,
can't.
yeah,
but-
because it's the same thing. Because the point is my purpose is, policy should be clear to a staff member when they go to find it. They shouldn't have to find where they fit into the same policy, because they're like, oh, there's one for instructional, there's one for here, and I don't see one for custodial, so I must not. So we should have a policy that's very clear, that just encompasses all of them.
Or some reference.
Yeah, okay, so we understand the intent,
Okay.
and we'll look at that between now and the public hearing.
Okay. And then my next question is there another part of I think I'm good on this one. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, board members, we know the direction that we want to go in that. Okay, next.
Okay, and you're good with, I think both were covered, 31, 39, 11, 39? Both good on this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
So 5512, tobacco-free environment. Ms. Gray, Mr. Porter?
Well, I believe Ms. Gray worked with Dr. Grays on this. I will add that you received a supplemental policy a few days ago at Ms. Gray's request, but after further conversation, we're removing that. So if you go to this policy on line 156, it's line 156 on page 4 of 5. We had added discipline up to and including suspension, where Ms. Gray has requested that we delete that. And so that will not be up for conversation. We'll defer to the student code of conduct. The rest of the policy is as proposed, and I believe Dr. Grays and Ms. Gray worked on this together, so if you all want to discuss what you're thinking. This was modeled after Orange County.
Let me give it a go. I think if we're preparing students for life, and if you're on the airlines, just the other day, I think Member Combs as well, there is no vaping allowed. It's against the law. So what we did, Dr. Grays and I, we looked through other policies around the state, and it was more emblematic, more comprehensive, what we found to be replicating most of these sections from other counties. So it's not like a new epiphany. The whole, I think the genesis is when you start wanting to keep our students healthy and getting into preventative programs, what happened with the last policy is the punitive value of continually vaping and the continual, in this shake, you understand the continual referral process, catching the person over and over and over, hasn't resulted in a decrease. In fact, in 2024, we went up from 26% to 40% in vaping. And this goes through every socioeconomic level. In fact, we have, how many pilots do we have? 6 pilots going on?
6 pilots, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, it's recognized by the Florida Legislative as being a very problematic situation. It is in Florida statute. In fact, it's in about 7 Florida statutes. It is against the law to be vaping, period. The end. Not even getting into the parentheses of health and wellness. Sometimes, and this was brought out by board members, sometimes there might be something else in a vapor. And a lot of times, this sometimes can lead to a death. I look at my grandchildren. I look at Perez's grandchildren. Sorry, I know you have a few beautiful ones. 10 of them. I look at the idea at an airport yesterday. I'm going to tell you something. This is what I saw yesterday. Against the law, this woman took a column, brought it up to her mouth. She had a column, I mean the shirt, the sleeve, but it looked like a column. I mean, she folded it, she took the jacket off, and it looked like a funnel. She was vaping right there in the airport. She was taken away. So what I'm saying is, Yes, we care about our wonderful grandchildren and our children and their health, but we are in charge, and as Member Combs said, we're student-centered. We care for every student. So what we have to do, in my mind, is to have a policy that is emblematic of the state, that replicates many of them, and to cover all bases. So, Mr. Graves, as usual, Dr. Graves, I talk too much. And you want to share what you have done? You've done a lot of study.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mrs. Gray. Just with this revised policy, it does just provide more details and clarity for our staff, for our visitors, as well as students as well. And one of the things, to Ms. Gray's points, we do have, when you look at our student code of conduct in our matrix, we do have some progressive discipline when it comes to inappropriate use of tobacco products as well as vaping. And so when you get to the second and third offense, that infraction does include the consequences of ATOS as some of the mandatory actions. So we are having, again, the consequences aligned to more progressive nature when it comes to using vaping or tobacco products.
And, you know, what happens too, when we talked to the Hillsborough County Sheriff Department, which they were in our meeting, and they said, well, it is against the law, and we need to give civil citation. That's pretty, dramatic. But we don't want to do that because we want to keep kids in school. So we also want to make sure that the principals, the high school principals, don't have drawers full of vapors, which they do. I'm countywide, and I see a lot of schools and a lot of these vaping situations going out of control. But you all do as well. So anyway, what we did in a nutshell is just made it more comprehensive. Ms. Kristen, do you have any tidbits you want to add?
We have quite a few members that want to comment on this,
Okay.
so we want to make sure we keep getting through. So we'll start with Member Perez, and then we'll continue from there.
Thank you. With the signs around the schools, I know when I go to any federal government property or any government property, they have the signs that say, this is a smoke-free property. And a lot of apartment buildings even have, you cannot smoke anywhere on the property. Where are those signs located? In our schools? Because I get on school property and I don't see those signs.
There's not any of those. There's that. That's not there. So that would be, as part of the policy, there would definitely be a cost of putting those, because if you look at the policy, it's very specific on where they want it. They want it on buildings and on entrances and in parking lots and things like that. So
Yeah, because I'm looking, but I don't. I see it says smoke-free environment, but not this.
On the last page, dissemination of policy under A of appropriate no tobacco signage posted in the district and school buildings, building entrances, vehicles, vehicular entrances to school grounds, and indoor and outdoor athletic facilities.
So can you say what the sign is going to say, please? Can you
That
add
was
it?
actually going to be my question to y'all.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I assume, no
No,
tobacco
but-
use or no vaping on
Yeah,
property. So
or
I need a little
yeah,
correction.
smoke-
So, yeah, if I could suggest,
Uh-huh.
so the current policy was put in place in 2014, so it's over
Okay.
11 years old. And as Ms. Gray and the team of Gray and Grays, or law firm of Gray and Grays said, this offers more specificity. It's always been banned on our campuses,
Correct.
inside, outside, since 2014. But it was a very broad, very general policy with no, I don't think, any procedures to back it up. So I think if this policy goes into effect, Mr. Farkas will work with the superintendent to come up
Yeah.
with those kind of things
Yeah.
to create the specificity that this policy demands. So this is not new in the sense of we've always banned it, but there's so much more detail, and it's got much more granular and much more specific based on the work that these two have provided to you.
Because I see the firearms signs, which is great, but I think there's more, issues with tobacco use than, bringing on the, not that I'm minimizing that, but, because there's parents who wait outside for their children on school grounds, and they're out there smoking too. So, to make sure that those parameters are smoke-free, we really need to put those signs up.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon, or Member Hahn, and then Member Rendon.
Thank you, Member Combs. So looking at line 127 to 156, this seems to be more appropriate for the student code of conduct than the policy. This is all about what happens when somebody breaks the policy, and that's more, and so it really is under the purview of the superintendent and staff. So I would expect that you could leave line 125 And then the rest should go in the student code of conduct.
And I agree. Actually, there was a word that had suspension, and we had to take that out because it should be, this is all procedure, and procedure shouldn't be in a policy.
No,
Procedure
correct.
should be
It's
in
all
the-
procedure.
So, Dr. Graves, I think that's,
We can make that.
we can make that change.
And then the program evaluation piece. District is under evaluate regular intervals, at least once a year. I don't know if that really is in policy or again, more procedural. And that's something you should pull out and have in procedures because that's how you're going to evaluate, I guess. I don't know. But it does seem more like a procedure under your purview, Mr. Superintendent, and not ours. It is program evaluation 173 to 178.
74.
I certainly support a tobacco-free environment. So everything else, I think, seems fine, I guess. And on line 64, instruction to discourage the use of tobacco products. Where do you see that happening? Where's the curriculum coming from? Who's responsible for this? I mean, I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
Deb. Mr. Superintendent, can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's what we're, so Dr. Hahn's referring, if you could go there.
We can't force teachers
Right,
to
it just
do
has to be on the
professional
instruction.
development.
Yeah. It's just,
So,
on 64,
so F on line 64,
Ins-
it's about the instruction to discourage the use of tobacco, kind of like that Say No to Drugs campaign, but this is Say No to Tobacco and drugs.
yeah, so I know that, under, I believe, Ms. Pepe, that falls under Ashley Capucci, correct? All of our, so the question was around what class, and I just don't know off the top on which particular courses or where that lies, or Mr. Brady, if you happen to know.
It's embedded within the our health
Okay.
curriculum pieces, and it's embedded within there, as you know, with.
It is in Hope, yeah.
But I can get those specific courses for you.
Yeah, we can provide.
I don't think that from a union contract perspective, you can say that they're going to participate in ongoing professional development activities. That's got to be part of our union contract.
Well,
And,
we already have that, though. That is occurring as.
well,
it's
I don't
occurring.
think it's mandatory, though. So you can't make, under the current union contract, and anybody out there, Ms. Whalen, or anybody who's involved in that negotiation, I just want to be clear that we can't make teachers do that under contract, per our contract.
What
So-
line, what line?
I'm sorry, it's 66, 65, 66. Staff responsible for teaching during the year shall have adequate training and participate in ongoing professional development activities in order to be able to effectively deliver the program. I would just go back. I'm just asking to go back and see if per our union contract, that is something that we can include. I'm not saying I know if we can or cannot. I'm
Right,
asking
right,
you to
right.
confirm
Yeah, yeah.
that.
We can confirm, but
If
we.
so, you can keep it. If not, you need to reword that somehow differently or just,
The class.
That's what I believe how
Not
it's
the
written.
development of the staff. I think that's where it was.
I believe it that way too.
Curriculum.
But I get the question because it's not real clear.
it says staff responsible for teaching tobacco use prevention shall have adequate training and participate in ongoing professional development activities in order to be able to effectively deliver the education program, which to me says teachers have to go through some type of professional, and I'm just saying, I don't know if we
Right,
can
right.
require that without
got it.
it being within the union
Yeah.
contract.
So,
The
yeah, I don't
union
see.
contract is very, there's
Okay, I don't see the word
specificities around
required,
that.
but, okay.
So,
Okay, we'll look at it.
Okay.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
First of all, Member Gray, I do appreciate for this because I think you are correct. I think vaping has gotten out of control within our schools and especially within our youth. It's huge. And so not only is it from a academic point of view and children learning, are all of these products very harmful, but they lead to secondary health conditions, whether it's their lungs or their brains or lip cancer. It's just unlimited, and we do not recognize with a developmental child who is walking through still their development how it impacts them. I think that you are dead on to say we are prohibiting everything. The only thing that I would ask is that we go back and we really look at the full length of the policy on line item from lines 51 all the way to 67. And then I would go back to where Dr. Hahn said 127, 157, 73 to 79. I believe those are all part of procedurals that are responsible by the district, because your policy is we are not tolerating any kind of tobacco products or tobacco items on our campuses. And so I think in some of those, it gets lost in the minutia of the wording instead of what your purpose really is. And so if we could also, under enforcement, if we could say enforcement of this policy shall be specifically the student code of conduct, have a link immediately there to the student code of conduct.
And we will, and your point is well taken. And just to add to what you're saying, and I appreciate your remarks, the reason we made this a little bit more well developed from the previous is because of exactly that. There was too much of the benign policy that we had originally left up so many questions. So what we did is we checked out this particular point came from Orange County, I believe, either that or Broward.
That's right.
Orange. So what we did is we looked at other policies, and they have been very extensive, because kids, as you well know, look for every opportunity, and parents do too, they vape too, every opportunity to get not involved, not be one of them who was caught vaping. So, you know, we did the opposite effect in a way. So 1/3 was benign. We had a policy that was 1/3 hardly done, to this more comprehensive. But I agree, the procedure Dr. Hahn had mentioned, we could put that into our code of conduct.
I think when you look at A, B, and C, and then you go into your definitions, your exceptions, your opportunities, and your enforcement, and add in there the enforcement, add the link, I think that's a very clear message of exactly what we're expecting from anybody arriving on our campuses, whether they are an employee, whether they are a visitor, or they are a student. And I think you were very clear and concise on those aspects. I think the other aspects are extremely important. I just think they're up to the discretion of the district and not up to a policy.
Yeah.
So I would definitely think that. The other thing is, Superintendent, as you look to your procedures with this, I would ask that you make sure that, especially in our high schools, but I would also ask in all of our schools, that we have some kind of part of our back-to-school packets in writing to all of our parents and families of our expectations of this. And then I would also include on there that we have on our campuses, I wouldn't say how many, I would just say we now have pilots for that. And I would leave it off that. I don't want anyone to know how many. I want them to guess where they're at. Remember, right? I don't want them to know the high schools. I don't want to know where they're at. I want every student to think they could get caught at any one of our schools.
Yeah.
I don't want them to not have a clue. So I want to make sure people understand that we are running pilot programs through Hillsborough County. If you are vaping, you are going to get caught.
Well, and it's got to be done, because again, we either going to have, and I asked Superintendent Van Ayers, do you want to have teeth? Do you want to be, benign with behavior problems, or do you want to go ahead and get into, yes, I want this stopped?
Yep.
So it's really a philosophy that the board may have or may not have. Okay, let's give them another chance. Let's give them another chance. But the work really, the load is on the principal, the AP, because referral after referral. So anyway, that's, it's a little bit of philosophy. Let's get a little bit tougher. And let's get more mature in our wording and in verbiage, so the parents can understand the full, apparatus of this policy. So thank you. I guess I better shut up.
Okay, so just a final comment. If we could just make sure that we have, however we need to do it, to make sure families know from the start of school that they cannot have any kind of tobacco products at all on themselves. I believe the exception is that staff can have them on their person, but no student can. I think that's what I read in your exception, right? That you allow them to have it on their person. I'm asking you, because that's what I read, that if a visitor on 103, if a staff member or approved visitor are included, to include product, they are allowed to have it on their person, they can't use it.
Right.
Of course.
So I just want to make sure that whatever we're going to, like, when we start school, families know if you are standing outside of a school smoking, you'll be asked to leave.
Right. That's the intent.
And a student will be removed. Or whatever
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Vaughn will.
Okay, and then I'll speak after her. Okay. Just a couple little things. Thank you, Member Gray, for bringing this. I think it's very, very important. I agree with all of the board member comments, and I appreciate that removal of suspension, because I think that we want to keep students in school, especially, if they're vaping, they'd probably rather be home vaping. Do you know what I mean? So we want to make sure that they stay in school.
Especially with what's in
I
it.
guess, and I'm very excited about the pilot programs, because I saw one of the pilots in my schools going in there,
That's
so
right.
I actually saw the machine. My question is around being fiscally responsible. Like, do I think that a sign is going to deter a student from smoking? I don't think so. Do I think that we need to have more of those machines to be able to detect? Yes. So I guess my question is, what is the cost? When I see the sign posting, like, I can see one sign, but when I'm looking at this, it looks like, we have 250 some schools. I mean, what's the total going to be cost on that? Should we be spending the money more on the machines and maybe just have one sign? Because I think if you have 20 signs in a school, that's not going to deter a child. They're going to stand there and vape underneath the sign. Do you know what I mean? And take a picture so they can put it on TikTok. So my question is, I guess, what's the financial cost? And maybe that's something we should look at before pulling this policy with the cost of that, maybe really looking at the cost of that, because I think it could be very expensive.
It will be, especially if we put in all those places. I mean, I think that as long as we make sure that people know when you come on campus, there's no tobacco use allowed on campus. So we can put it when they enter the campus is much better than putting it in the 400 places. Not the initial cost is going to be there, but it's also the upkeep when you're outside, and a lot of those are going to be posted outside, stadiums, things like that. So I feel like we can find a medium on that.
Yeah,
We got a really good deal on the vape pilot program. We have 3 different vendors that we're currently using at different schools that we're to kind of compare and contrast. Dr. Grace and I have been working also with Mr. Brady and Mr. Nelson to make sure that we can kind of see which one works the best, because we don't want a program just to have it. We want to make sure that it's usable and that we can track the data and kind of see what that looks like. So we got a really good deal. I'll be interested to see if we roll it out district-wide, what kind of price that looks like. We got a pretty good deal going into it the first time, I think, because they wanted, obviously, the business going forward. So,
And what would you anticipate? Like, I think it would be great to put a sign in front of the school, outside the school, but putting them in all these locations, I'm concerned about the cost of it and how effective it is. We really have to look at every penny spent and where the dollars should be spent. So what do you think the overall cost would be if we were doing them everywhere?
signage is one of the most overpriced things on earth. I was like, we're in the wrong business in that part too. But you look at, whether it's pull pads or signs we put up on signs, you can get a cheap one, the vinyl one that you can get for relatively, but if it's going to be something that's going to be up there year round and weather the sources, I mean, there's $500 to $1,000 for the sign depending on size and what that's it. And then you think of all the locations. So 100% people need to be notified. I think it's important to do that part of it too. So I think if we do it any place where you're coming on campus, we've kind of checked that box to make sure they know. Most people know they're not allowed to have that on there, so I think we can make sure, as long as they're notified up front, then we can pay for one nice sign that's up front.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my only request with the adjustment for that. I would like to change that to just say outside the school, and then, we can always add more next policy if we see that. But I think we've got to be really fiscally responsible with that.
Correct.
And students know that. I mean, they know when they're vaping, they know it's against the law. They know they're doing that wrong. But a sign, I don't think a machine is going to be effective, and them know that's going to be effective, but a sign is not going to be effective. So I'd just like to see that change just to be, make fiscally, conservative decisions. Okay, great. I think.
And Ms. Vaughn wants to
Yes, Member Vaughn want to say something, and then Karen will break us for lunch.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I appreciate Member Gray bringing this. Oh, sorry, is that creating an echo? I appreciate Member Gray bringing this forward because I honestly think that there's such an epidemic with vaping in our schools, and I don't really understand why we can't do more to get in front of it. I don't know if we're not providing enough support to our schools and our administrators and the people who have to enforce it. I don't know if we're not creating a climate, and maybe this is the first step where, I understand that some of this is going to be taken out as far as the procedures for Superintendent Ayers to work on, but I'm not sure if this is the first step in really sending a message to change the culture within the schools. But I think we have to do something, and as a board, as we talk about all of the epidemics in front of us, vaping is one that we need to be more aggressive on, honestly. So I appreciate, again, Member Gray bringing this forward. And while I completely agree with board members that we don't want to be punitive where we're taking kids out of school, I think we have to look at something, and, I tasked Superintendent Ayers to come up with something that is really going to discourage the amount of vaping. I don't know if we need to look at, having more monitors in the bathroom, because I don't think just closing bathrooms and making them less accessible is the answer to this, or, what we really need to do. But I mean, every single student that I talk to, even down to middle school at this point, says the vaping is out of control, and there's very little enforcement and teeth in when students are caught vaping. They're in the stairwells, they're in the bathrooms, they're all over. And if it's illegal, one, we should be addressing that. And two, I appreciate all the discussion around, how dangerous this is to our students. I don't think they really understand, the long-term effects and how dangerous this is to their lungs and what that looks like. I know in our student forums, one of the things other students have brought up is that there needs to be more peer-to-peer pressure around that, and maybe some, real-life students coming in and talking about what's happened to them because of vaping. And I know that's not a policy we can create, but again, I think that as a board, and again, I appreciate Member Gray, we really need to kind of put our heads together and work with the superintendent and his team to really address this vaping epidemic, because it's out of control, it's a distraction to the students who don't like it, it's dangerous, it's illegal, and we should be able to get ahead of this better than we are. So I don't know, again, if this is a support issue, if it's changing the climate where we really need to encourage our administrators to enforce our policies and procedures more, but, going forward, we have got to be more aggressive about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Vaughn. Sorry.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. We're just going to finish off with Member Hahn making a quick comment, and then our new Chief of Academics, Gary Brady.
Yeah, I'm just, I want to follow up on something Member Vaughn said about, peer pressure. Maybe having students do some kind of PSA video and pushing it out during a morning shows in the schools, would be a good way to get peers to be the face of this conversation instead of a parent, a teacher, a principal. I think the face of this conversation would be students, and then using some of our community organizations that already come to our high schools and do talks about drugs and the dangers of drugs and smoking, and maybe they can embed some things around vaping when they, they go to the different high schools. And I'm blanking, but it's Ms. Valdez is, it's Nope. Yes, thank you. Not Susan.
Kathy Valdez.
Kathy Valdez. Kathy Valdez's program. Maybe we can engage them to really include this in there, if they already don't, but maybe they emphasize it a little bit more. So those are just some things that popped into my head. Thanks, bye.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I just reread this to make sure I was clear. Could you clarify this in the exception? We have currently right now areas on our campuses for a teacher on their break to be able to go outside. Do we or no? It's a no. Okay, just want to clarify we do not.
Not allowed on Hillsborough
I
County
know,
campuses,
at all.
period.
Double check. I just clarifying, just double checking. Thank you. That's okay, just double checking.
We used to have that sleeping here.
No, I mean, we used to have them for students, too. Member. Oh, no.
No, I just wanted to clarify where the vape education is embedded. So elementary through 12, substance abuse, use and abuse is embedded throughout. That goes everything from alcohol, prescription drug, but it's there's a specific module using our Everfi platform in grade 9. It's called The Truth About Vaping. It's an entire module that every ninth grader has to take, and that's done through HOPE.
Okay, board members, lunch is provided for you. I will say, as we're wrapping up this morning session, this is exactly what a policy workshop should be about. Someone proposes a policy, you generally like the idea, but you have to refine it, and it was a really good high-level discussion. I think it gave us a lot to come back to before the public hearing, so thank you, board members, for that.
And so we're going to break until 12:40.
exercise?
I'm just
Running laps?
It's too hot to walk outside.
Oh, I hear you.
You could do the Stairmasters, you know, we bought one of those.
I'm sorry?
We could do the Stairmasters.
I know. I'm ready to kind of like a treadmill back here or something.
Just run up and down the stairs.
Right? That's a good idea. Except there's no air in there.
Okay. Back in the meeting. Let's get some act right. All right, now we're going to go start again into our next policy, 5540, and we turn it back over to Kristen Davis.
Okay. And Jim, do you want to open this up and
Sure.
maybe Chair Vaughn?
So this is
wants to
another
speak?
policy initiated by Member Vaughn, and if we will turn to, yeah, this is just sort of tightening up the language to make sure that everyone is treated fairly and with respect. So, Member Vaughn, are you on?
I'm on, yeah.
Okay. Do
Can
you
you
want
guys
to
hear
talk
me?
about the? Yeah.
I would, yeah. I'd like to just give a little context of a story that a parent shared with me that was actually very concerned and thinking about suing the district that prompted me to bring this forward. So there was a parent in one of our elementary schools that has a 5th grader who has some identified social issues that they're working on a 504 or an IEP for, who has had an instance where they've complained of other students in his classroom bullying him. And at one day at Host, it kind of reached a fevered pitch where the student, after feeling like they had been bullied, made an offhand comment similar in the vein of like, I'll annihilate you all, which caused someone to anonymously report the student for concerns of threats within our schools. And the next day, without the parents, without any parental contact, police came to the school, and with the administrator, they interviewed the child for 2 to 3 hours straight and never once contacted the parents. And so the parents had no idea this was happening, weren't able to come, represent their child, be a part of this, wasn't even notified that this was happening until after several hours that a 5th grader was, without any parental support, interrogated by the police because of this anonymous reporting of this threat that they made. Obviously, the parents were very, very, very upset. They feel like their parental rights had been violated on every level. They asked me to pull our policy and see what our procedures are and really strengthen that around parental rights to make sure that, anytime there's a conversation or access to our student by law enforcement, that it is imperative that the school do everything that they can to contact parents and let them know and allow them to be there, to be an advocate for their children, to get them whatever support that they need. And again, I was surprised this was allowed to happen under how strong our state has come out with the understanding of parental rights. I know there was some, kind of last minute tweaks that I apologize for. I had sent all of this language to everybody way in advance. I'm not sure why some of the language wasn't changed. I was more than willing, because it was kind of last minute, a few of the words to bring it back, but I was assured that, the tweaks were so small. We're just talking about a few different language tweaks that, it didn't provide that much thought process to understand the changes coming forth to really codify parental rights around this. So that's my motivation before bringing this policy changes, and I will yield to see what my fellow board members have to say around it. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just provide some more context for this. The revisions that Ms. Vaughn requested are found starting on line 93 and go to line 97. And basically, there are certain restrictions that we have to follow. There are laws in place about what law enforcement could do. But the changes Ms. Vaughn suggested strengthen our policy, I still think, within the confines of the law, and do provide opportunities for parents to be contacted when it's appropriate and when it's legal. And so the language that she discussed is really to tighten up the policy and to give more rights to the parents and the students. So that's the genesis of it. And it's the language is on lines 93 to 97.
Thank you. We'll begin with Member Hahn. Oh, okay. Member Perez?
curious about a couple of things here. Is instead of shall on line 94, can we change that to required to? By any chance?
94?
94.
94.
Mm-hmm. Right. Or instead of, can we change that to required to?
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, it means the same thing. So,
You could use must.
so we can, yeah,
We can put required.
Required to?
yeah.
And then,
And also with child abuse cases and things like that, there may be the parent may be at the course of that. So
well, it's here, you know, the note may not apply. It's on the bottom there, in the last sentence.
Okay, well, I understand what you want. We can look at that and I'll work with Chief Newman on that.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, yeah, and then where it says must attempt to, make reasonable efforts to contact the students instead of must attempt. You know, make reasonable efforts to contact the students' parents promptly prior to. Is that possible?
We can look at that, but Ms. Vaughn suggested the language. I'd want to hear from her about changing it.
I can give thoughts now, or I can wait and get in the queue and address them all, whichever works best.
Yeah, probably as we go.
Go ahead, Member Vaughn.
I just want it, I mean, I understand that administrators can't guarantee they're going to be able to contact parents. I mean, some parents might not be available. I want the language just to be as strong as possible to make sure that our administrators know that, you know, as soon as anyone is accessing the student, it's their responsibility to do everything they can as quickly as possible to attempt to notify the parents. So whatever language lends itself to that, to me, you know, the wording that I have is pretty clear, but, you know, I'll leave that again up for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Member Vaughn. Okay, and then we have Member Gray.
Thank you, Member Combs. My question, and thank you, Member Vaughn, in all cases, parents need to be involved, and I agree. My question comes down to, and not you necessarily, to Kristen Davis or Mr. Porter. We have a parental Florida statute, right, a new, is that, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm sure you got it memorized. Do we not put the Florida statute down on the bottom, you know, at the end? So when we talk about parental interfacing, whatever policy we have a new legislation that has come through. Kristen, can you expand what that is?
Thank you, Member Gray. Yes, we can absolutely put the reference at the bottom, the statutory reference, and then Mr. Porter and I can ensure that the language does align with what's.
With the statute.
Yes, ma'am.
And that way, Member Vaughn, it will add, so we're using the word teeth these days, more teeth. But I'm fine with the wording, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. And I think line 250 talks about the access to student records and does talk, you know, about that. But I don't know, you know, but I think this is really important when you look at parental rights and access to students. I think this is really important. I appreciate Member Vaughn bringing this because we want to make sure that parents are always, you know, informed of everything and then at the first line of everything. So I think this is really critical, and I appreciate Member Vaughn bringing this to us today. Member Rendon?
Thanks. I think you did Han instead of me, but I think we're good. One of my I like this policy a lot, and while you're bringing it forth, Member Vaughn, I 100% agree that we need to firm up exactly the role of the parent in many situations. However, without actually having both statutes in front of us, and the new statute and how the new Office of Parental Engagement and so forth that we have currently formed, it's really hard to make determinations on the wording and what we're doing and what we're saying here, because we're not able to compare it to where we legally stand and where it doesn't. For example, on line 43, I've got a little bit of a concern. It says, if the interview of a particular student is law enforcement and instigated, the interview of such student by a school principal may be deemed state action. Is that because the law gives them the authority to now become a law enforcement officer? Like, that's where I'm a little confused, and without having a statute in front of me, I want to make sure that we are following those guidelines and we are bringing parents in when we are legally allowed to. Of course, there are abuse situations, there are questions about the parental role in some of that. Unfortunately, there are some parents that have their own investigation, that they're investigating the child because of a wrongdoing of parent. There are some situations where it is necessary, but I don't know if I can give proper feedback without knowing the law myself.
Got it.
And so, and then like what you said, we've just changed laws even now on parental involvement in our schools. So those two statutes, I don't know if I can give proper feedback. I also don't know if we're protecting the child in this policy without having those in front of me as well.
Understood. Okay.
Anyone else want to get in queue? Did you have enough
Can
feedback?
if there's no one else, can I rebuttal? Not rebuttal,
Yes,
So, if we want to, look at a deeper, that is already in the policy, the line that Member Rendon referenced. So that is our policy as it stands and exists. If we want to look at, this kind of more being, a living policy or whatnot, or if, when it comes before the board for a vote, we want to look at that. I'm certainly open to that, but, I'm just wondering if the changes that I've suggested, if there's a majority of hesitance to that, or if we can at least move this policy forward with some revisions.
Okay, I think we should see, maybe by raising of hands, how many people support it as is. Is that what you'd like to do, Mr. Porter?
Sure, yeah.
If we have the majority?
This is just whether it goes to the public hearing or
Yeah,
not.
but
That's-
I think
sure,
she wants to move it forward to the public
Yeah,
hearing.
and we can, I
Yes.
think the two can be,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
both what Member Vaughn is trying to accomplish and what Member Rendon raised can be accomplished. I think her point about it being a living document, I think if we can agree that these changes are okay, and then take a comprehensive look at the policy for the next cycle and make sure it aligns with the parental rights bill and any other laws that have come out. So I think both can
Okay.
be accomplished.
If we're going to move it forward, can I have one more question?
Sure.
Because I don't disagree with what her intention is on this at all. I actually support it, quite frankly. But like, we've got the attempts that she's got is like as soon as possible prior to the interview. So this means if they can't get a hold of the parent, they're not interviewing the child.
No, it means they go forward. They just have to try. We can't stop them. So, but.
No. This is the administration
This is
must
the
attempt to
right.
contact the student's parent as soon as possible prior to the interview.
If they can't get a hold of the parent, that doesn't mean the interview doesn't happen.
That's what I would like to know the laws first, because I would not like, if, again, law enforcement, that's where we've got to find the detail where we're allowed to say what law enforcement can do and what our administrator can do. There's two very different things.
Well, the current policy is weaker. It just says the administration should, not must, contact the student's parents prior to the interview when possible. It's very wishy-washy.
Agreed.
So this strengthens it. I don't think we can go any further than that, but we can confirm that. I think this is going as far as the law allows. It might be even stretching it. But it doesn't prohibit the interview. It just says it gives them more impetus to contact the parent when.
But this is only for the law enforcement interview.
Which would, yes.
This has nothing to do with like our administration.
By law enforcement without request of school authorities. yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can, yeah, and we'll look at both, so it's good.
Okay. Do we
thank
need to
you.
get any more consensus for that?
I think this
Okay.
is good. I think Kristen and I have what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Okay, next one.
Okay, thank you. So the next policy, 8462, student abuse, and then insert new language, abandonment, exploitation, and neglect, brought forward by Board Member Rendon. We also are going to have Ms. Patton and Ms. King up here to join us. So do you want to start kicking off, Patty?
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, and thank you, HR, for working with this, and Dr. Patton and your team. One of the reasons I really felt very strongly that to bring this back is because it got very much in the weeds, and it identified this person, that person, but didn't identify others, and I think it just needs to be clearly identified that the district seeks to institute a zero tolerance for any actions that may jeopardize the health, safety, and welfare of a student. The board is committed to physical and mental well-being of students in the district and requires that staff comply with the mandated identifications of reporting suspected alleged abuse or potential cases of abuse, abandonment, exploitation, and or neglect according to the law. And then it directly goes, you link right into how you can report it, what our procedures are, but it leaves off no question. All staff are responsible and all staff must report this. And that's just, to me, it's a policy that we stand behind our students and the health and safety of our staff and our students. And that's why I want to make sure that it was very clear. Previously, it talked about a teacher or administrator, and so it just eliminated that.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Hahn?
Just clarifying point, please. So there's a link at the end, and then that takes you to the reporting policy?
Correct.
Okay.
And how you report it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Board members, anybody have any comments? Okay, I think we're in support of that. Okay. Thank you, Member Rendon.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next one, 2520 courses of study. This would be a new policy being brought forward by Board Member Rendon. 2520.
Thank you, members. So the reason that we brought this up for review at this time was because we did not have a single policy on how we identified any materials that go in front of a child. And when we look at Florida State Statute 1006.28, it incorporates any material within a school that comes in front of a child, and it serves and delineates the process of which families can have objection or not objection. And so we created this policy to basically say no matter what the material is, there is a direct link to how the procedures in which they adopt the policies, which include our vote on the dais. There will be a procedure for that. Procedures for adoption, procedures for purchase, procedures for all the above. And then this particular policy just states in summary that we are going to be committed to providing specific materials for all students through Hillsborough County Public Schools in accordance with Florida State Statute and Department of Education rules. The board shall all employees, students, families of HCPS students, Hillsborough County residents, and information and access to the materials within HCPS educational process purposes, including instructional material and other materials used in classrooms made available in a school or school library to include on a reading list. And so this just incorporates the entire statute, all materials in front of a student. At the very bottom of this, it'll have a direct link that if a family member or any community member has an objection to any materials, not limited to any, but all materials, there is a process, and it is the Department of Education specific standard and rules and their objection policy and form.
Yeah, and as Ms. Rendon said, this is a quote-unquote new policy, but it's an exact recitation of Florida law, and it just is on its own, so it's easy to find for people that are searching it. So this wording comes right out of Florida statute. So that's sort of the purpose of it, and it is, Ms. Rendon wanted to put it forward as a freestanding policy, so it's there for everyone to see. And it will be linked to the procedures.
Okay. Thank you, Member Rendon. We'll start with Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. Two things. One, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it speaks to the transparency around these types of issues that the state board said were very important for school districts to demonstrate. So making information more accessible and easier is a piece of that, being transparent. So it says here that the procedures and objections of materials shall be easy to read and understood and be easily accessible on the homepage of our website. I understand there'll be a link here, but it also says in here on the website, the new website looks wonderful. I'm looking at it on my phone. I can't find the accessibility on our homepage to the procedures to objections of materials.
Because we haven't approved the policy to put it up there. We haven't put the objection form or the policy up there
No,
yet.
the objection form is there.
Oh, is it there?
Yes.
But the procedures aren't completed.
So
I
you're
don't
saying
think.
that the process and procedures are just, so you're going to have that somewhere on this website, it's just not there?
Two
And I'm
things.
looking on my phone, so in all fairness, it may not be on the mobile one, but it may be on the desktop
When you pull
one.
the objectional form, it walks through the procedures
No, it
for an
doesn't.
objection. Are you talking about something different?
So on the very bottom, it says a GPS objection form listed at the bottom of our. of
Yes,
the-
I saw that. It says here, the process and procedures to objections of materials, which to me says the process of the material, the process that we use is it goes to a committee at the school, and then it goes, then it goes to a committee at the district, and then it potentially goes to the school board. That's the process, and that's what you're saying. I just want to be clear, what you're saying here is that's what's going to be somehow a link on our homepage, not just the form.
Correct. Well, this is Ms. Rendon's policy, so what, I'd ask your intent
Which I
on which
think is
form.
great.
No.
But I want to make
because
sure it's not
It's
just the
twofold.
form.
One is, and we, Jeff, and we've talked about this, that it's twofold. The objectional form that has now been provided to us through the Department of Education starts off with procedures. Step one, have a verbal communication. It does walk through steps. However, I have asked the district to also add additional procedures to put in plainer language as well.
So this is the old form, is what you're saying, that I'm looking
I
at.
haven't seen what's on there yet. Do we have the new form on there?
The new,
The new
this is,
form
yeah,
is
this is
on
our
there?
current, the objection form is
It
listed on the
doesn't give
website,
the
is the
objection
current
Okay, well, there's
state
nothing
form.
about procedures, it's just the form, so I don't know.
But Jeff, you were going to add on additional procedures. Yes. And that will be. there'll
So
be a-
not just, the procedures are not fill out the form and hit.
Correct.
And click enter, it's what happens, it's the procedures of any objection, whether it's library books or curriculum.
Correct.
You click on that on the bottom, the HPS objection on the procedures are there.
Okay, we'll get through, because what staff's bringing me now is that when you do click on that form, the procedures are there on what will happen, so.
Yeah.
they're
But Jeff,
list-
you
they're
did say
listed.
that you guys were
We'll
going to
make it more clear
review
that-
them and make sure before anyone approves this policy, and they were going to be provided directly to
Where am I missing that
the
on the
board
form?
members.
Maybe it's at the very bottom.
She
found it. I think she found it.
I have the form, I just don't see where it says the procedures.
Right here.
Okay, that's not what the link is taking me to.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same form.
Okay.
Anyways, but.
Can we listen to some other?
My
several
question,
people on the line.
I am
The-
on the website. I'm
Superintendent,
hitting the
I've asked that
objection
your
form.
staff make sure that prior to this
opening it.
coming to the
It's not
board,
what you have.
that every board member have a copy of your policies and procedures
Got it.
and the form.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just for the record, they're looking at the desktop, and I'm clicking the same link, and it's not the same form.
That's good to know, okay?
So,
Okay, well, on it right now.
okay.
Ms. Argent, you hear that?
So-
Mobile different versus desktop.
Okay, we have several people who
Okay.
also would like to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, great. It's going to be Member Vaughn and then Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, I appreciate it. I want to get some clarity around this. For this, and I understand that you're just aligning it under one policy to meet what the Florida State has already provided for us. Is this an objection for them personally, or is this an objection for the process to remove this piece of curriculum from all students? I'm very unclear about what the objection procedure lends itself to.
The actual statute does not limit what the objection of a parent, a student, or a community member does. It's up to how they fill out their objection form. We don't have a right to determine what that objection is.
What do you mean we don't have a right? I'm still confused. Are you saying, so let's walk through it. Let's say I'm a parent and I have a concern about the piece of curriculum, and the way that I fill it out, ask that it be removed from Hillsborough County Public Schools curriculum, period. Are you saying the board, once that form is created, it's up to the superintendent and the board has no input on that through this piece of legislation that we're adopting, or I'm still not clear?
No, first of all, the statute gives the board full authority on choosing the material that's used within Hillsborough County Public Schools. But if someone has objection to the material, they're allowed to follow the objection process. That process would go through a section of committees that would be created by the superintendent, first at the school, then at the district level, then at the superintendent's level. If there is still a process in which they would want to continue to object it, it would then become above to the board for final voting process. But it does give anybody within the community, the family, or student either objection for them, that they choose not to utilize this material, they want to object on using that for their study, or for the use of the material in general. And that is part of the statute, that anybody can object from any level.
And so, from there, are you saying that you've asked the superintendent to already create those procedures, and he has, and you asked those to be passed on to us, and we haven't received them?
Those current procedures, with the exception of a superintendent committee that he spoke about previously when he gave his report about his intention with the state board, other than those procedures are already in place for objections. So, but he will be firming up his procedure on his own, and all I've asked as a board member bringing the policy is, prior to this board voting on a policy, that you are fully informed of his intent from his procedures prior to you voting on the policy.
And if I could just add, this new policy refers to an objection form. So our objection process, which we've had the last couple of years, starts with the school committee, the district committee, and then ultimately go to the board. And I think we've had 2 that have ultimately in the last couple of years that have come to the board. So that process has not changed and will not change with someone that lives in our community or a parent that objects to something, fills out the form. That process we have in place and have in place for the last 2 years. That has not changed.
So can I get clarity then from my understanding? So what I'm hearing and how I'm understanding it, I want to make sure I'm understanding it, is what you're saying is your intent with this policy is to make it more accessible for parents to find these forms, have the objection, understand the procedures, and then additionally allow the superintendent to create his own board as a piece of the procedures that you're saying will be provided to us before we take a vote on this policy?
I'm not saying anything about what I'm telling the superintendent to do at all. That is up to him on what he wants to do as following whatever procedures he's aligned. But as far as the process, with the exception of the superintendent creating his own council before coming to the board, that's up to him. He had mentioned he wanted to do that as when he gave us the report from the State Board of Ed. And so that's why I've only said it during this meeting. But he could choose between now and when we vote on it to eliminate that option. He has the right to do that. Right now, this policy only states that we as a district are going to follow the laws of the state of Florida and how that we are going to bring objections to the community for any course of study or any materials that come in front of a student. And we're going to attach the procedures from the superintendent and the objection form. That's the purpose of the policy. However, I believe in order for you to approve it, I would feel more comfortable knowing the procedures and a copy of the form from the superintendent.
So let me just get clarity. So the objection, Ms. Chair Vaughn, go ahead, and then I'll. No, it's okay.
Yeah, and remember that Member Vaughn, you've been on. I know there's a couple other members who would like to speak. So if we could just kind of keep our comments concise.
I can get back in the queue.
No, I mean I think it's prefer if you finish. That way we can just move on to the next policy.
So, and I will get back in the queue because I have additional question, but just about this one, Superintendent Ayers, are you committing that any extra procedure that you would put in place with this policy, whether it's an addition of your own superintendent committee, that you would provide us with that full procedure and any intentions that you have previous to anybody voting on this policy? Because my concern is we would approve this and then something would come after with a procedure that is not what we would want to approve.
Right. So I'll answer that. The question is yes. What we're talking about here is a parent or community member that fills out the objection form. That process that we've had in place for someone that officially fills out the form, submits it. We have the school committee, the district committee, and then ultimately goes to the board. So that process has not changed at all and would not change with this particular policy change. Now we will, I did bring a policy forward it's 5 down that will talk about changes to our current policy that will get into maybe some questions about material that may not be officially objected to, and then how we handle those. But this is if somebody fills out the objection form and fills it out, and that process and procedures has not changed, and it would not change. We have those in place in our library materials handbook.
But this, just to make sure we're clear,
Okay.
this is not just library materials. This is any material that goes in front of a student.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
I want to
Yes,
make sure
yes,
we're
yes,
not
yes.
identifying any specific
Yes,
material.
that's correct.
And
Gotcha.
if I could add too, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Rendon, but she's been adamant that before the board votes on this, that there has to be a linkable procedure. And so my expectation would be, if, when this was time to advertise for a public hearing, if that wasn't in place, I would think that as the author of this, you would probably pull it or ask it to not go forward.
Correct.
Okay.
For clarity, does this objection form, you're referring to the state objection form?
Correct.
Just make sure, okay.
And your procedures.
Yep, which we have.
Okay. Thank you. Member Gray?
Thank you, Member Combs. Thank you, Member Rendon. First of all, I have a few considerations to be considered. The title says courses of study, yet the emphasis has been on the objection template. So the title is not really in line with the discussion that I'm hearing. And Superintendent Van Ayers, you're going to have a question right now. First off, Member Rendon, as a school teacher of many, many years, just so you know and you're comfortable, and I think you know this, on line 8, we have any parent has access to any materials within the public school system as far as educational purposes. And Mr. Porter, you know, we can make, this is very legalese, but we can make that much simpler because parents have the absolute right to check any materials, and that's always been the case, at least for the last 40 years. The question I have in line with Member Vaughn, before we agree to this, we have to agree to what procedures, and I understand, Superintendent Van Ayers, you put a line in the sand that you already have the procedures. I would like to see those procedures to handle all objections by employees, student, family, and students before I agree to this wording. Secondly, when we talk about a linkage, which is very wise, when it has on line 13, objection template, that particular template should have a link right there. Next, when we talk about, again, on line 14, the process and procedures to objections of material shall be easy to read. Again, I don't have that in front of me, Superintendent Van Ayers, no fault of your own, but I have to have that. I have to see if, that's fine by me as an individual board member. I would like to know those, I would like to know and see that so that discussion can be had among board members. Because right now I don't see it. I don't have it memorized, but wouldn't it be nice to have this
Absolutely, we can do that.
on there?
And those procedures right now, as you all know currently, they're in our Library Media Services Handbook. All those procedures with objections are listed there. So it'd just be from taking those within that Media Services Handbook, addressing them, and pushing them outwards to cover all material. So, good.
Okay, so that's, before I'm going to
Yes,
say
ma'am.
yes. So what we have, and to the point that you're sharing, Member Rendon, we have a absolute Florida statute. It's not reader-friendly. It is very difficult to go through. And I would like, if it can be reworded, in a way that is not necessarily legalese, but more friendly to the eye, if you will. Not that we're not intelligent, but it is very difficult. The last point I want to make is on line 15. The board shall provide an open access to all materials. So what does that mean in real terms? I don't know if Jeff is in here or not. So now you're saying the board, where is,
So,
hey, Jeff.
Member Gray, if I may, I actually wrote it more layman terms, and I was actually corrected to be more legalese. So, to make you feel better, just so you know, I actually wrote it more common knowledge. The other thing is you're 100% right. I did not choose course of study. I actually wanted to be materials objection policy. So, again, I was corrected by our attorneys. So
So it's his fault. Okay.
So let me make that clear. Those two things. Number 8, the reason it does say that specific thing is that HCPS, for educational purposes, including instructional materials, that they have access is because although we do it, we don't have a policy that says we do. And that's why it's here. And the other thing is when you talk about 14, 100% agree. That's why I wanted the actual form where it linked, and then at the very end of the policies and procedures. But I would like to remind everybody that although I am very adamant, I would have preferred to have it today, that I want you guys to see the procedures and the form. The form is actually directly from the Department of Education. That's what I chose to include. But I had nothing to do with the procedures because it's not our role.
That's right.
Our role is this policy that says we're committing to having the transparency and access to all materials. And then if you choose not to agree with our materials, you have a process for objection. And that is the intent of the policy, which we have authority over.
Yeah, and if I could emphasize what Ms. Rendon said. So we did follow the statutory language exactly because that's the most
she just said it was
this comes right out of the
reworded.
statute.
I
thought she reworded it.
No, I reworded it.
I
Jeff and
wrote it, she
reworded it.
they
Yeah.
reworded mine.
Yeah, she tried to be more lay friendly. I think and I don't
Oh,
want to
and
speak for
then
Mr.
he-
Gibson, but I felt that it was important on something like this to track the language exactly. So we're happy to go back and look and see if we can have the same meaning. But it was something like this, especially when all eyes are on us with this sort of subject. I want to align with the statute as much as possible, but I hear what you're saying. We can also come up with a better title. That just seemed to fit. I understand what you're saying. So Ms. Rendon is faultless on this, and we can go back and look at the language that you suggested.
Yeah, I think we put the cart before the horse in this case, because if you don't have the procedures and the process here, you can't say, it's just like the student code of conduct. You can't say yes for this vaping unless you know the consequences. I mean, how can we separate those two? Those
But actually-
procedures and process, let me just finish, has to be in line because we might not agree with your procedures or process is what I'm saying. I don't know what it is, don't have it memorized, but I would have that for our next consideration, our next meeting.
Well, but again, Member Gray, as much as I agree with you that you should have a copy of that at all times, we should always have a copy of the procedures. We are only responsible for the policy that determines we are going to be transparent and we are going to give families the ability to object any materials. That's what this says. Then you have a separate discussion with the superintendent on his way of doing that.
No,
And board members,
Yeah, I gotta
I
stop.
just want to remind you that we have 6 policies left and we have like 33 minutes. And so I have 2 more comments left with Member Hahn and Member Vaughn. And if we could just, I think you'll have enough direction after that. So if we can quickly go through those 2 comments and move on to the next policy. Member Hahn?
Sure. Okay. So, we have always been very committed to having our policies updated to align with state laws, and we create new policies to reflect state laws. So I think it's kind of funny that some people don't want to agree to this until they see the policies and procedures. It's a done deal. Whether you want to agree with this or not, or support it at the dais or not, by state law, we're doing it. And so by including it in our policies, we're allowing parents to fully exercise their parental rights because we're being transparent with information. So you can go back and forth all you want on, well, I need the policies before I agree to this. It's already a done deal. I think it's funny that you think your vote is going to make this go away or not. Like, it's happening. So, if you don't want to be transparent, include it in our policies, that's a whole different, that to me starts getting, into the whole parental rights piece. But that's everyone's individual opinion. The other piece is around these policies and procedures. It doesn't, he can write a procedure that says, it goes from a school to a district to a school board. And at the end of the day, though, again, the state law says that the superintendent has the right to remove materials without the school board's approval or consent. So at the end of the day, he can write the policy the way that it might be more palatable to the board, but he has the authority to remove anything at any time without going through a process or procedure. And I think that's really important for the public to understand, because when we go through, for example, these book challenges, which haven't been many, but, you know, we still get a lot of public comment around it, where people are accusing the board of not following their own policy, or the superintendent broke the district policy. I heard this a few weeks ago, because he removed the 56 books. No, he didn't. First of all, the policy is not the procedures. And so there's some education, public education, that, you know, obviously there's a gap there. They're not understanding the difference between policy and procedures. And at the end of the day, the state law says that he has the right to remove materials, whether I like it, you like it, wherever we fall on whatever the materials are. You know, some way it's going to break my way, some way it's going to break your way. And that's just the reality of all of this right now. And for us to be spending a half hour going back and forth on whether we are going to support this or not, to me is just like a complete waste of time and resources, because whether you like it or not, it's happening. So if we can move on and get through 6 other policies, that would be great, so we can be
Great.
efficient.
Great, Member Hahn. I know Member Vaughn had a comment, and then we'll move to the next policy.
I do, and I appreciate your passion, Dr. Hahn, I do. However, we've asked limited amounts of questions on this, and, you know, as somebody who represents my district, what I think the concern is, and why I want to be very clear, and, you know, it has nothing to do with transparency. It's concerns about parental rights and whether or not some parental rights are going to over-infringe on other parental rights, right? And the question is what the procedures are going to look like to make sure we're ensuring everybody's parental rights, because there have been a lot of questions about when parental rights kind of conflict, whose parental rights win. And so I think when we get into kind of this broad scope of parental rights, it's fair as board members to ask a lot of questions about procedures when we're talking about objections to what's in our schools. And I would also say that one of the reasons I'm asking about what the procedures look like is because my follow-up question is, when we say all access to all materials that happen to be instruction, and Dr. Hahn probably knows this as well as anyone else, when you're an educator, there are teachable moments where there might be pieces included in your instruction you didn't intend on. If you're having, you know, independent reading time and a student has a book and asks a question about a book that they brought from home and a conversation ensues, there's no way that before that you can put on the website that particular book. And so that's where I have a lot of questions, is if you're talking about anything that's included in instruction, is that prepared instruction? Is that curriculum? I still have a lot of questions about what that looks like, and I don't think we're belaboring a point or asking for less transparency or trying to violate statute by getting clarity, but that's just me.
Okay, thank you, board members. I think that you have enough, Mr. Porter, and as we have our next retreat, I mean, maybe this is something where we have to talk about and put some time forth to talk about it, because it seems like, you know, people are questioning that. I mean, I think that overall, we're going to have to, you know, whatever the Department of Education, whatever law or whatever statutes that they provided us, we're going to have to include them. And I think that's, and at the end of the day, we've seen that the superintendent has not only taken the 57, but gone even further with hundreds of books, like 600 books. So we see that's already happening. I mean, that's what I have. Those are my comments. I mean, I felt like I had no input at that time. So let's go on, move on to the next one. Thank you.
Okay, Kristen, Ms. Davis.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the staff policies. Thank you. With 5136, wireless communication and other electronic devices with Dr. Grays. You should have that behind tab 5136. Dr. Grays.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll begin with just giving some key provisions to the HB 1105, and that's what we built our policy around. So just beginning with some restrictions by grade level. The policy was pretty clear. The state statute pretty much says it prohibits the use of cell phones or wireless communication devices for elementary and middle school during the entire day. Whereas before, that policy was strictly prohibited to around instructional time, but now for elementary and middle school, it is the entire day. For high school students, It prohibits the use of wireless communication devices during instructional time, except when a teacher allows it during instructional time. Teachers shall designate an area for device storage during instructional periods, but it also empowers school boards, and by extension of school boards to the principals, an opportunity to designate areas around the school building where students can use cell phones, so that does include the cafeteria. As a district, there are some things that we must abide by when it comes to a student who has an IEP or a 504. If it's written into those plans, we must allow students to use wireless communication devices. When it comes to disciplinary actions, there must be some disciplinary actions included. So it could result in disciplinary action by the school, or if it's in connection with a criminal act, students may face criminal criminal penalties, I should say. When you look at our student code of conduct, that does address those consequences and criminal penalties as well. So our draft wireless policy that we've recommended, it does not go beyond what the state requires at this point. So it is in alignment with the HB 1105. There are some concerns that have been shared just regarding students having access to their phones during emergencies. And so one of the things, without being able to share too much information, each school is required to have a reunification plan, and that includes communication to parents and guardians on how they can pick up their children and what time and where that location is. So that part is addressed in there. The other piece that I wanted to share is I did reach out and do a survey, and there were 123 administrators who participated in the survey, 117 principals and 6 assistant principals. And just some of the common themes that emerged from that survey, just opportunities for more clarity to the parents and the guardians. They felt there was a lot of clarity when it came to the staff as well as to administrators, but there's an opportunity to have more clarity to the parents and guardians. Also, some of the common challenges that were shared by administrators when it comes to smartwatches and earbuds and those types of things, that became very hard to control and manage. And so they are requesting just some limits when it comes to wearable technology. That is included in the prior plan as well as the draft. But when it comes to communicating that to the families, we'll make sure that's more clear and explicit, and we'll have more clarity around that. I also have worked with the communications team to come up with a shell of a plan. So if this policy is approved, we'll work on the details, and we'll ensure that it's communicated to the staff, the families, as well as the administrators and the teachers as well. So we do have a shell of a plan that's been drafted on that.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Member Gray.
Thank you, Dr. Grays. And as per the last discussion, the cart before the horse, what happens is if you don't have a full education of the particular policy and the procedures and processes in a Florida statute, you really don't make the wise decisions. And so that goes to Dr. Hahn's remark. The next advisement I would have on this one is number 6 online, where it says always prohibited during the school day. I would say as per Florida statute 1006.07. Put that in to remind that there is a absolute statute. And last, I don't think I have the copy, Dr. Grays, and maybe you put it on a renewed copy, but as done in other areas when there has to be a student code of conduct reference, on the bottom, perhaps under 76, where it has on previous policies enforcements, did we not put enforcement of this policy shall be specified by the code of conduct, because Mr. Rowan has it there, and put a link to that student code of conduct. Did we not do that? I thought
this language at the very bottom was part of the existing language from the prior policy. I didn't change that.
Oh, okay. That would be my only feedback. Thank you, Member Hahn, Member Combs.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Just really quickly, and thank you, Member Gray. I was going to say the exact same thing. I think any time we're having a policy that's going to have a direct consequence to a student for not following the policy, we should have a link to the student code of conduct. Make it very clear that the policy links to the process. My question is, on the very last line, 17, A school administrator may designate a specific area within school building where students are permitted to use wireless communication devices. I believe in the statute that was only for high schools alone. And so to make sure that when we finalize this policy, it directly makes sure that we link, I would even separate the paragraphs by elementary, middle, and high school, because the way it's worded right now with the divisions, it doesn't necessarily look like it's connected to high school. So if we can maybe separate those into a couple little paragraphs, so elementary rule, middle school rule, high school rule. Because that just was, I asked Dr. Hahn, I'm like, is that a high school rule? Because I know the statute was only
Correct.
high school.
Yes,
So
I will
thank
do
you.
that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Yeah, my question was similar. So is this per the statute change that now high schoolers are not able to use the device outside of instructional time? Or is this a change that we're recommending bringing forward? And is the change that instead of using it in the cafeteria or in the hallways during passing time, that we're trying to say that it can only be used in a designated area? I'm confused about which part of this change is statutorial and what is coming forward from the district and what the changes mean specifically.
Thank you for your question, Mrs. Vaughn. The main change is regarding elementary and middle school, where it goes from a ban during the instructional day to the entire school day. High school, in our current policy as well as the draft, they've always had the flexibility of using it during instructional time if directed by the teacher, as well as using it during cafeteria or passing time if the building administrator allows that.
And so are we changing that under this policy? Because that's what it looks like from my understanding.
Well, yes. Again, the statute changed it for elementary and middle. High school, there are some tweaks, which does, again, just specify that they cannot use it during instructional time unless directed by the teacher.
Okay, that's not really answering my question. I understand the elementary school changes, and those are in middle school, and that's a response to the statute changing specifically. For the high school changes, right? Mm-hmm. It's taken out use of a device is restricted, or use of a device is restricted to before and after school. Students in high school may use the phones during lunch. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that part's been taken out. Now, where are high school students allowed to use their cell phones per this policy?
That is based on the designation by the building administrator. So some building administrators may want to allow their students to use it during lunch. But again, that's at their discretion based off of the HB 1105.
Ms. Vaughn, look at lines 17 and 18 in red.
A school administrator may designate specific areas within school buildings, but that's what I'm trying to understand. So by that you say it might be the cafeteria. I'm asking, like, are we creating like a smoking area, a cell phone area, or you're just saying it gives them the discretion to say you could use it at lunch or you can use it whenever? That's what I'm trying to understand by those lines.
Yes. So the statute does give that discretion, and that's how we've worded that in the policy.
And Ms. Rendon suggested making it clear that it only applies to high school, so we'll address that with amendments to this policy.
But can high schoolers use it during instructional time if the teacher permits?
Yes.
Look at lines 9, 10, and 11.
But it says it has to be put in backpacks. Oh, except when they expressively, okay, solely for, so they can take it out of the cubby holes at that point then? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, look at line 9. High school students may not use a wireless communication device during instructional time except when expressly directed by a teacher solely for educational purposes.
But it also says that previously they have to put them in designated place. So at that time, the teacher might say, okay, I'm authorizing you to use Kahoots. Go get your phone outside, wherever it's mandated that they be, and you can use it during this lesson. That's how we're expecting the teachers to follow it?
Or they may say it upon students entering the classroom. They may give those directions.
Okay, so this is really just changing to meet the statutorial changes of not allowing it in elementary or middle school anymore.
That is correct.
Correct.
It doesn't impose any further restriction on high schoolers.
Correct, and that is correct, not unless it just gives the building administrator the opportunity to be more stringent if they choose. But with this, nothing for high school, nothing would change going into next school year if the building administrator does not want it to.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, and just a couple comments. I think, Hillsborough County, we were ahead of that, right? I mean, Member Gray and I brought that, so I don't think that our district is going to feel a big impact with the changes because we already have those in place. So I think that makes it a lot easier. I also would like to see elementary, middle, and high school because if we have this much conversation on here with this, I think it doesn't make it very clear. So I think we need to break that out and put elementary, middle, and high school and clarify it so it's very clear to our administrators. And it's also very clear with all communications. And we talked about the AirPods and things like that. I definitely think as we move forward as a district, we really need to look at high schools. I don't know about the cell phones, but AirPods and some of these disturbances, I think, AirPods are just as problem as the cell phones are. So, this is something that we can revisit and talk about, but just breaking that out. Thank you. Anybody else? So we'll go on to the next policy.
Board members, you have approximately 15 minutes
Yes.
and 5 policies. Some of these must be heard today, and so be cognizant of that.
Okay,
If-
which is the order priority?
So if the superintendent or Kristen want to identify which are
If you'll
important.
just prioritize those, Kristen, that would
Okay.
be great.
Do you want me to just go forward?
Yeah,
or
and if we
just
can just
list them?
limit our
Yeah, just-
comments.
Okay, well,
you know?
so for 5460 graduation requirements, all that does, it aligns with what Gary Brady talked about earlier, which was to remove certificate of completion. It removes it from statute, so it's removing it from policy. So it's
Simple,
aligning,
yeah.
okay?
So with that one?
Comments from board members? Okay, we're good. We'll
Consider
move on
it
to the next one. Okay?
Okay. Also related to, I'm going to do 9150 school access. And John Newman, that it relates to what he discussed earlier about trespassing on a school bus. This updates your policy to align with statute.
Okay, any comments?
That's 9150. the very last one
9150
listed.
school access.
Does anyone have comments on that? Okay. Oh, Member Rendon?
I'm very sorry, but I just want to double check on here that, are we going to include the bus driver on the first line? Because it says on here superintendent, principal, or designated agent. Are we just assuming that's the driver? Can we write driver?
We can write as much as you want. We put designated agent to include everybody.
And I'm okay with leaving that there, but I want to make sure the driver, the public knows the driver has the authority to say, get off
Got it.
my bus.
Okay,
Got it.
got it, done, okay.
Okay, great. Next policy?
Okay.
Kristen?
Well, oh boy. What are you thinking, Pam?
How about?
Yeah. Whatever you want. Just want to,
We should probably do 9130 public
yeah,
complaints.
let's do the 9130.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and, so with 9130, so public complaints, we heard Ms. Rendon's proposed policy earlier, which is a new policy. I did want to bring reference to our current 9130. If you turn on the back page of 9130, you'll see matters regarding instructional materials. I did want to make sure that we cleaned up some of this because this is past policy that we've had in place that I feel needs to come out to give, as Dr. Hahn mentioned, give me the authority without the where it talks about no challenge material may be removed from the curriculum or from a collection of resource materials except by action of the board. So that, in my view, tied hands a little bit as far as what that authority that I have. I would like to, in this proposed policy change, to get those removed. And underneath, what's written there is directly in Florida statute. Well, we can have the discussion how that pairs with Member Rendon's policy, open to that, but I felt it was really important that the top two under matters regarding instructional materials in our current 9130, those need to come out. We can have the discussion between Mr. Porter, Mr. Gibson of how that policy fits into here. So that's the part. But for me, having the ability to have that authority to kind of take out that basically anything that's challenged, the only way it can get out is by the action of the board, giving me the ability to do so without it ultimately coming to the board. So that is 9130. And look forward to discussion and really need some, as we talk through this, just some direction moving forward to really get back to where. Giving me the authority to make decisions without that policy talking about the board and challenge material being there. So open a discussion.
Okay, thank you. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Member Combs. So, yes, I actually wanted this redone. It did not go in as I wanted it to be redone, and I wanted your portion of it to be part of your procedures under my policy, because this should never have been under public complaint, because the public complaint should have been listed as it is on the first page regarding any staff member, policy, superintendent. That's where we should have public complaints. The objection of the material specifically meets Florida statute and has a completely different thing. So the policy that I had requested to be added would have removed you here, put in your procedures under my policy, because that's where it belongs because of objection of materials. Okay. And then this policy only be regarding public complaints regarding staff, policies, and superintendent.
And
not
removing
materials.
Instructional materials.
Instructional materials do not belong under public complaints because there's a specific statute regards the objectional procedures.
So when it would move, what has been lined out here is proposed, you agree that those would no longer exist?
Yes, the one that I wanted, I wanted both of these reviewed, and when I asked for it, I wanted to remove you off of this.
Got it.
And you should be putting that under your procedures of how you handle objectional material. You could also have it as part of your procedures that you remove it before it's even objected.
Correct.
Because the bottom line is it's process of materials. How do we handle adoption of materials? The transparency of how materials come to us and how materials are removed is what the policy I brought forth. This second policy I also brought forth but never made it in under me. And this kept the first page with the exception of adding in complaints of staff, superintendent, and policy. So if someone had a complaint regarding personnel or a policy, they would follow this.
Yes.
If it was the objection, it would follow the previous policy because one's materials, one's people, and policy.
Okay.
So there is a little bit more wordsmithing I would have done with the beginning because I would have involved families, students, community members. That should be a part of this public complaint, but ultimately that's what this is for. It was never meant, this policy was about complaining about what we're doing. The superintendent, the board policy, or staff.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. Well, the fact of the matter is we don't have to grant you authority to remove anything. The state does that. So,
Okay, understand.
you know, you don't need our approval. We don't need to rewrite this and say, you know, the board gives a superintendent authority. I mean, we can, but the state gives you that. So regardless of, it's in the law. So that would be the main thing for me. That just needs to be reflected in your procedures on at what point that would come, your decision. At any point, the superintendent may make a decision to remove an item. Any point, at any point during this process, the superintendent may authorize the removal of materials. But and that is the truth. I mean, we could have a process in place, but the law says you can remove materials. It doesn't say that you need a process to go through before you remove them. So you can remove them. So, but this does not seem to be in the right spot, regardless of what I just said. Doesn't make any sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And I have a couple comments. I just want to make sure, although the superintendent has authority, that we have to receive the notification. Because of what occurred last time, I think we could have really solved a lot of issues, a lot of problems, also a lot of expense, fiscal expense, if we had been able to talk through it. So what occurred when you made, a unilateral decision without notifying the board, I want to make sure there's a policy in place that would never occur again, that I would be notified, even if we have to follow it by law and you have the ability to remove it. I would like to know as a school board member before anything happens, because that's really important for my constituents. I really need to make sure that doesn't ever happen again.
Procedure.
Yes, definitely part of its procedures, but I want to make sure we add that. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I didn't expect to be the one talking so much during this workshop. Can we have a copy? I don't see it. Is it here that there's a copy of the statute that gives you this authority to remove anything without board approval that is being referenced? Is there a copy of that statute somewhere that I'm not seeing?
Well, yeah, so 1006.28, the policy as it's written under, the new one under public complaints, that is straight from Florida statute as it's listed there.
But the way I read this, and I could be wrong, it doesn't say that you have the right to remove anything at any time. It says you can develop a procedure, but is there some language in the statute specifically that says that you can remove something at any time?
I'd have to consult with Mr. We can get it to you. I have to consult with Mr. Gibson on that. Where it states it exactly within statute, I can do so.
Okay. Well, I would like to review all of this statutorily and have a deeper conversation before I move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vaughn. I think we can set aside at least an hour in the retreat, right, to discuss some of these. Okay, Kristen, the next policy?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Farkas, let's go ahead and move on to 6320.02, please.
6320? Okay.
We'll do supplier development.
Anybody else want to get in the thing?
Yep. Yes, sir. Okay.
I think the board knows, but we've always had a small business encouragement program. That's what the Office of Supplier Diversity was. In Tallahassee changed the name of their same encouragement program to the Office of Supplier Development. In alignment with that, we wanted to change the name. The mission is still the same, which is based on encouraging small business, but we never pay more. We never do anything else for that part of it, too. It's just encouraging small businesses and local businesses to be part of what we do. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to stay a few more minutes, so hopefully we'll finish these policies today. We have two more policies, this one and next one. We'll begin with Member Hahn on this one.
Honestly, this is just something that somebody just commented on. It's not specific to this policy, so Brett. Why are we discussing policy at a board retreat versus a workshop, Mr. Porter?
That's just been thrown out. We don't have to do that. She just brought that up. We could have another
Yeah,
workshop.
we don't have to talk. It was about growth and supply, but we don't have to. I just thought if people.
I just, retreat is usually about, board way of work.
Right, that's right.
And now we're
Yeah.
kind of creeping into almost using it as an extra workshop opportunity, even when we're talking about the topics that were brought forth for the retreat. I just found it odd. I know this is probably not, but, now, it's a slippery slope.
Understood.
And those
Okay,
that was never really
that's
the
fine.
intent of a retreat.
Yeah,
It
that's
was more
fine.
about, unifying as a board and, like building relationships and discussing our way of work and our outside assignments. And now we're discussing things that really seem more appropriate for workshops.
Understood. It's completely up to the board, and we do not have to do that. The idea was thrown out. I didn't hear any objection to it. Now I hear an objection, so we'll take that.
I mean, it's on my calendar, but
Get it.
I honestly, I don't, it seems more like a workshop.
Understood, and it is, and I think the challenge is trying
And
to
that
find.
doesn't seem transparent because we don't have cameras in our retreats. We have it off property. So.
No, you're right.
I'm not comfortable with
I
it. I
think
just
the
want to
challenge-
bring it up now because, we are at a workshop and I
Sure.
just.
The challenge is finding a date to have workshops, and so that's understood about, if that's not something the board wants to do at a retreat, we won't do it. I mean, that's
Yeah,
completely up to the
I think
board.
as a board, we can talk about it and make the retreat a workshop. I just think to get work done, it just takes years to get anything done here. And so when we're meeting,
Good point, and we can talk further about
So
that.
let's,
I
yeah.
think you're both right.
Yeah.
I think we need more time
Yes.
to work on policies,
Yes,
procedures.
and we need to
but
do it
Dr. Hahn is
televised. I agree with
100%.
that. I agree with
We
that.
need the
I agree with that.
transparency.
We just need more time
Understood.
to talk about things and get things done. And it can be in a workshop instead of a retreat. I just think we need to get more work done, especially when you
Understood.
look at growth
Understood.
and some of these challenges. So maybe instead of a retreat, it's a long workshop like this, because we're getting a lot of work done today.
We are.
Yeah.
We are getting
It's
a lot
very,
work
very
done.
good workshop.
Yes, I think
And
these-
there's a lot for you all to
Yes, and
digest,
this is really
so-
good, because we're getting a lot done today.
Yeah,
This is
so we can look
what
at
we
that.
need to.
Absolutely.
Good
No
point.
issue.
Okay, everyone, is everyone good with this one?
I think so.
Great with mine, just keep moving there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if there's, Mr. Porter, we're all 6320,
more.
no other, I didn't make sure
No, go.
Vaughn didn't, no, okay.
We're on pets.
Animals.
Okay, so then our
So
last one will
that's
be
the last.
8390, non-service animals on
Better be
district
good.
property. This policy was brought forward to the March workshop, but we didn't get to it, so now we're going to get to it. All right, Dr. Grace?
And I'll try to introduce it while Dr. Graves comes up here. As part of some prior work, the board has already approved a service animal policy. that was in alignment with the OCR and some of the things that we've done. So we've already made that correct. Unfortunately, that left the other policy, which included service animals, still in the books. So this is correcting that policy, which is non-service animals that are on properties. We know that there's feelings on both sides of this, strong feelings on both sides of this conversation. So we open that conversation to see what the will of the board is. But Dr. Graves and I are very excited to bring this opportunity to have this conversation for this board to talk about.
I think so, yeah.
Woof woof. Okay, we'll start with member Hahn.
Okay, so, look, my kids had animals in the classrooms and all that, and, it's never an issue until it's an issue. And so these are my concerns. It's not so much having a classroom pet, and it looks like you've covered all the documentation to make sure the pet is healthy. Did I miss anything on, does the certain pets I would imagine have to be trained? Some type of training to make sure, like, how are you going to prove that the dog isn't a biter or isn't temperamental?
So I think that's one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah.
And you brought up a great point, Dr. Hahn, which is we've got language in here to, if the dog is aggressive, to remove them from the classroom or from the environment, things like that. But there's not a
Right. So the bearded
gateway
dragon
to-
doesn't need to be trained, but
How to train
the
your
cat,
dragon.
the dog, anything that's going to be outside of a cage, I feel like, like a cat, a dog, I don't know, that's my concern.
Well,
Yeah, a chicken, where is our protection of liability around this when it comes to, you're saying pretty much, what if someone wants to bring I know this sounds ridiculous, but their pig or their crazy, an exotic snake or a chicken or where do we draw the line? Do we have the discretion, and I don't know where it is in this policy, to say no?
So
As a
there's-
principal, no,
so-
I don't want that on my
Yes,
campus.
it's the principal's call.
So a
It's
principal could say, this is an animal-free zone. If you're interested in having a class pet, you need to go to a different school because I'm declaring my school an animal-free zone. Do they have that latitude?
They do, because it's in here, it says the principal has to approve it. And
Okay.
also the teacher or staff member has to tie it to curriculum, is another part that's in this policy. where they
Right,
have to
I
do
saw that.
But I have to put on, I'd be remiss if I didn't put on my Mr. Culpepper risk management hat, which is, to answer your question, 100% it exposes us from a liability standpoint to have a non-trained animal in a classroom around kids. And to your point, I say it all the time in my group, it's not a problem until it is.
And there's a
tons of
difference
dogs that are-
between an ag program that might have pigs and cows and all that than a class pet. And this is what we're talking about when we're, and so my other, well, it needs to then. And then the other
Well,
thing is,
the re-
if I'm getting approval to have a dog, because my dog doesn't like to stay home alone, right? And I want to bring it to work. And it's not a service animal, but he's just cute and fuzzy and the kids will love him. Am I allowed to parade that dog around campus, or does it have to only be in my classroom?
So it would be in your classroom because it has to be tied to your curriculum. So
Okay.
unless you could tie that somehow, I'm sure there's some creative way to do that. But the idea and then the policy is that it's tied to curriculum. And
Okay.
you have to explain
But
that to
I
your
can't
principal.
walk him around campus, because what if a kid in the hallway is deathly allergic to my cat, and now my cat, who's my classroom pet, is being walked through the school, in my arms, exposing other kids, other employees. So where is that safety net where you're being approved to have this animal in your classroom? That doesn't mean you get to sit with it in the faculty lounge during lunch. You don't get to bring it to the library during story time. It needs to be tied to that classroom, because the other issue is, what if you have children that are allergic, right? Not just in that classroom, but in the school. So that's why tying it to the classroom is important.
Agree
Because-
100%.
Okay,
not
I'm
just
going to get all
keep
my
on. No, go ahead.
concerns
Sorry.
out. So around this one point, and then it's, what if in the middle of the year, I get a puppy for Christmas and now I want to bring it to my classroom, but I have a child in my classroom that is allergic. Do you move the child mid-year? Or do you just say no to the dog? Like, what happens? What I don't want are kids to have to be moved because of this, and I don't want employees to have to leave their job because of this.
And Dr. Hahn, just to answer your question, as part of the policy, the school is required to send home notification to the families as well as the staff members regarding an animal being on campus, and if their if their health issue cannot be accommodated, then the principal has the right to refuse that animal on campus.
So if I'm I have a second grader and all of a sudden mid-year they start to develop an allergy to pet dander, and you've had this class pet now for half the year, the principal's obviously, I would hope, going to say we have to remove the pet because I don't, it'd be traumatic to move a child from one classroom to another, a little child. They get attached to their teacher and their friends. So I just don't, I always want the child to come first, is my point. We're not talking about service animals, and I love all animals, but this can go sideways really quick because we cannot imagine every scenario that might come down the pike. We think it's just someone wanting to bring a bird or a gerbil or a bunny rabbit or something, but it may start getting a little exotic. I just want to make sure that our principals have the autonomy to say, and the support of the district when they say it. I don't, that's a no.
Thank you, Member Hahn. We have several people who are going to speak, and we just have a few more minutes, so we'll start with Member Perez.
Yes. When you, to Member Hahn's point, I have two service animals that have been trained. They went away, and came, for 3 months. So it takes a moment to train these animals to be able to interact with several different personalities, and children. And we all know that children are differ in how they approach animals, how they interact with animals. So, and there's a liability insurance that you have to take with these animals, just in case, anything happens. So, I know that parents mean well or teachers mean well, but when they bring animals that are not insured, into the classroom, the liability for us goes up. So, and also to Member Hahn's point, when these animals interact with a lot of people, you have to take them home and bathe them, or you have to have them professionally bathed, because they carry all those germs that other people put on them when they're petting these animals. So there's a lot of caretaking to animals that interact with other people outside your home. And so, Member Hahn, to your point, there's a lot of maintenance that comes along with pets that interact with other people, especially with children. I'm glad that you've put the power in the hands of the principals, to be able to understand who's in their classroom and what comes into their classroom. So thank you for this policy.
And real quickly, Dr. Hahn, we didn't get to address it, but whether ag animals and things like that, because they're automatically part of the curriculum, then they would be included as part of what we're doing. That's not as big a thing. I just want to make sure the board differentiated between, bringing your pet versus bringing an ag animal in there as well.
Okay.
That's correct. This policy does not supersede emergency management and sheltering.
Yes. So we have 3 more board member comments. So, Member Vaughn, we'll start with you, and Member Rendon, and then myself.
Thank you. I really appreciate this policy. I feel like it's been worked out to where it's extremely thoughtful. There's a lot in here when we talk about liability that covers us. I know when you brought this policy forward before, Mr. Farkas, I had asked for data around any incidents we've had previously. Can you provide that? Have we had any? I mean, we've been doing this 30, 40 years. I don't know how long there's been class pets. Have we had any instances of concerns, just so we get an idea?
Great question. There wasn't a way to document how many people there wasn't one clearinghouse for all those. There's anecdotal evidence of a dog that may have had lunged at an employee, something like that, but we've had no incidences or liability cases where we've been sued. That being said, we've also had minimal number of animals that have been on campus because it was in the principal's hand, as it is here, to have that. But there's none that I'm aware of. I don't know if Mr. Gibson or Mr. Porter's aware of that, but most of those things usually come through our office, and I have not heard that. But I'm also only aware of about 3 or 4 of those that exist right now, so it may be lack of awareness.
Okay, and I appreciate that it must be tied to instruction now. That's different. So we're not just talking about classroom pets. And like you said, there might be opportunities for people to be creative and bring their pet gerbil into every single lesson plan, write it somehow. But I think that does narrow down, you know, how many people are going to be bringing pets on property. I love that you made sure that it's provided here that they have to be up to date on every single shot, every single vaccine. So before they can even come in there, there's got to be a lot of vetting to make sure the animal is healthy. I know there's the caveat in here that it does talk about if it provides any sort of health or safety threat, that it shall be disallowed. So I think that speaks to Dr. Hahn's concern that mid-year, if a child develops an allergy, that there is provisions in this policy for this. My son's deathly allergic to cats, so I understand that concern. But for somebody who's an avid animal lover and was concerned about the pet policy coming forward, I think you really do your due diligence to make sure there's a lot of thought and safety involved in this policy, and I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Combs. Yeah, I'm glad you specified because there is nothing in here that distinguishes FFA or 4-H out of here. And if it was, I would definitely want a second layer of regional superintendent to be kind of having some say in what animals come in for those different things. I would like to see 4-H or FFA in every one of our schools. So I don't want any limitations on that. I think what brings that curriculum out is animals is a minor piece of the larger picture of the skills that they learn. So I don't want to do anything that's going to hinder that. Also, our farmers need to be brought up, and we need to recognize that food security is national security. So anytime I can recognize anything with our farm animals, I want to make sure that we have any policy that promotes that completely. And I will say that my kids over the years have had many class pets. Psychology is the one that comes to mind because it was a rat, and it drove me nuts. But they like the rat, and they like the little testing they do with the rat. But that's what they like, and that was part of their thing. So, but I think so. Dr. Hahn had a good point about the liability. If it's an outside pet that comes in for a specific reason, we do that with our CBAs where they have to sign a liability. Are we thinking of that at any point in time as part of our procedures for like if it's outside of a school staff? Like it's not just a classroom pet, but something to come in about a specific instruction time, that we have that family sign a liability if they're going to bring in a pet because of that?
I think it's a great idea.
I mean, if we're doing it for CBAs, we should be able to do it for an animal. So, but I think that's important. I mean, when it talks to classroom, we know our staff are diligent in taking care of our students, and they would not put any of our students purposefully at risk. But if we are for classroom specific educational piece and we bring something from outside, maybe having a little liability there. Any outside company that would bring a lien in have their own liability, and we require that, right? So I think that solves that, but I think it's on an individual basis we should have
I'm
that.
sure Mr. Porter would agree. It's not going to absolve us from any liability for having an animal in there, but that being said, it would help to have that signed on that too.
That's point well taken, and we can look at that.
Okay, and I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this. I know we've discussed this at great lengths for a long time. I think it's great with the update with the curriculum, the safety. I really think the liability form is important because it's going to make someone think twice if they do want to bring that pet. As we compete, with charter homeschools, things like that, the animals, and in some schools, that's a school culture. I think of McFarland Park, where they have some animals and things that really motivate the kids, and in different schools. So I think each individual school, as a principal, we have to rely on our principals and our area superintendents to work closely with that. But if we're going to compete with so much with the schools, there are children who come to school because of that class gerbil, and that's a fact for young children. I'm serious. Or even for middle school or high school students, I think this is a good policy. I think when I go to my schools, and I've been to several schools that felt frustrated, that they felt that the prior policy didn't allow them to have the animals, even though they were approved. I think that this is good, and we have to continue watching and monitoring, and we have to remember that our principals really lead the schools, and we have to trust that they make good decisions. And if they don't, maybe that's not the right fit, right? So I think it's really important to give them that flexibility. I know I think of Caminity Exceptional when they brought the ag program. It's changed everything with those students. It's just amazing. So we need to kind of continue, and I think the ag programs are just amazing in Hillsborough County. So that's the only, anyone else have a comment?
Real quick, I want to thank Dr. Graves and Jen Sperano to all your point. It took us a lot of work put this together, so we did put some thought into it. So thank you for the feedback.
And with that, this meeting is adjourned.